Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Oh, right, I usually do that in this screen. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy.
Canadian.
This screen. Okay. Sorry, the door is open and Abernathy hears me talking, immediately wants to be a pain in my ass and get into things. So far in the SandBox, we have Atticus Among Us and the Wild West. Welcome. Please, if you're listening, give me the thumbs up to let me know that audio and visual is okie dokie. Yeah, I'm a bit discombobulated, as is my norm these days. I was way too drained on the weekend to do my regular news live stream yesterday. I needed to zone out. And by zone out, I was still doing work, just not work that I had to participate much in. The stupid TYT essay. Oh my God. Now that I was in an art market. I was vending at an art market on Saturday. Didn't go that well. I ended up paying to be there because I didn't make enough money to cover the cost of the table. But so the past little while, I've been super busy getting ready for that. And now that that's over and things have kind of calmed down a bit, I've been happy. It's back to working on that TYT video, like just grinding away on it because I need it done. But of course, because it's taken me so long to do, more things keep on popping up. So I had to watch Jank and Tommy Lauren. And then Jank with Tucker Carlson. My God, that interview was 2.5 hours long. I watched it at 1.5 speed. It still wasn't fast enough. And all of that to get almost nothing. Like nothing that was worthy of clipping anyway. And then I had to go back to TYT's vault and look for other videos that I might be able to tie to it and stuff. So I spent like the day watching Jank on these, talking about these things and stuff, and Jank and Anna on TYT, and I cannot wait until that essay is done, and then I can just completely unplug from them. Just completely. I got a thumbs up from Atticus Among Us letting me know, I guess, that everything is looking good. Yeah. I know this isn't my usual time, so I probably won't get as many viewers as I normally do. So feels like I'm just going to be rambling on into the air. Oh, hello, Real John Lethem. The Wild West, sorry, the art show didn't go well. Yeah, I sold 2 paintings. One pride flag and one pride tulip. I didn't even sell any of my books. Yeah. It's because I also had to put money into the art supplies. I got a couple display stands cheap from Amazon, but still nowhere near just covering the costs of being there. Tick U8D. Pierre works for the Bank of Cash Test Dummies, Time Banks. Don't know what that means, but eh. I was thinking of putting in the title like, Pierre Poilievre is leader of the Conservative Party still. Bad news for me, good news for Canada. But no, it's not. It's not good news for anyone, because the good news would be He's very unlikely to win. Like, the Conservatives are very unlikely to win with him as leader. Because, as I predicted, he would win the leadership review because among his base, among the Conservative base, he's still very, very popular. But when it comes to the general population of Canada and any independents that might swing between Conservatives and Liberals and whatnot, he's exceedingly unpopular. And part of the reason why they didn't win the last election was because he was leader. So it's kind of good news for Canada because then the Conservatives are less likely to win the next election. But it's a headache because I have to keep uncovering him and I hate him. He's so annoying to cover. So the time covered the cost of being here. It means your time is ruled by rocks and you don't own any. I have plenty of rocks. I don't know what you're talking about. You see here, if you're trying, I don't know if you're trolling or not. And that's part of the problem is I'm too autistic for this, that I read it way too literally and I also take it earnestly. So sometimes if you are trying to troll, I don't pick up on it. So, you know, you'd be putting a lot of effort into it for nothing. And Phil Curry photo, why won't they win with him as leader? Well, just look at the last election. They had like a 20-point lead over the Liberals, you know, until Donald Trump started doing his bit. And he totally blew it. He blew that entire lead because they were in one of the strongest spots ever. But the way that he panders, his fakeness, the way that he pretends to be somebody he's not whenever he's in front of a crowd, just how phony he is. People pick up on it and they don't like it. He's not authentic. He's just a conservative NPC, non-player character. He has no original thought of his own. And if the Conservatives want to win, which I particularly don't want them to, they need to have somebody that earnestly believes in the values and isn't just a talking head. And Pierre Poilievre is not that. And so he blew the last election, like completely blew it. And so as long as he's leader of the Conservative Party, the Conservatives are unlikely to actually win. And, you know, Mark Carney is exceedingly popular right now because people who don't pay attention think he's dealing with Trump well. He's not. I don't like Mark Carney either. So, but I would still prefer Mark Carney over Pierre Poilievre. But ideally, I don't want either. It's one of those things. Hello, Looney Tunes. Super Strike 9. Hello, good evening. I hate PP and Doug Ford. Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah, I got lots of rocks. I don't know what you mean by that. You're monetized. Oh, okay. So you're saying you're monetized and doomed as a result. You're a panhandler online. Yeah, well, that's how consumerism and capitalism works is, you know, you do a job and hope people pay you. But also, it's not so much panhandling. Like, I do ask for people to sign up, but also, you know, it's more YouTube taking advantage of me because they're not really paying me for all the content I make for them. And then they use me as a way to get paid by advertisers, and then I get a teeny tiny little sliver of that as the worker that's making the content. So it's not a very fair balance, if you ask me. Hello, reference frame. Let's see. Heck, I'm an idiot, need another brain to be my guide. Can't help you. Phil Carey photo, what's your stance on the deal with China? I think it's a good move that he's finally starting to branch out from being so dependent on the United States because they're a very unreliable partner. And a lot of people were already freaking out about it, saying what it would do to the auto sector. But as was pointed out, this is just the beginning steps, and that there are plans in the future of actually having China invest in here and plants as well. And that would help create jobs here. And the 49,000 vehicles that they plan on sending over here is just like a teeny, it's 3% of the auto market. It's not going to have a major impact. The biggest impact that we have with, people in the auto market losing jobs is from the United States. So the more we expand and not be so dependent on the United States for our economy, the better right now, because trying to make deals with Donald Trump right now is just not. It's just not good. Spankosaurus Rex, the liberals fear-mongered Trump during the election. Look where that got us. Elbows up, right? As I keep on saying, now available in Canada. Knee pads for elbows. Yeah, Mark Kearney hasn't been I haven't been very impressed by him. The China thing is really the first thing I was happy about. Okay. But anyway, I do have a lot of news to go through. I've been kind of, Super Strike 9, agreed. Yeah. I do have a lot to go over today that I've put together over the past couple weeks because I've been behind on live streams because, as some of you know, my 18-year-old cat passed away and I have not been dealing with it well. And then I got busy with the art market that I was in, and that did not go well. So it's been a rough month so far for me personally, and then it's just been a rough month for the world in general so far. 2026. I'm wondering if I can like return to sender on that one, because can we like do a do-over? Can we just start over? Can we have like, instead of February, let's just make this January 2 and start the year over, because so far it has sucked. So I missed some live streams that I planned on doing, because that's the thing about news, is even in Canada, like, it goes so fast. It feels like 10 years have gone by since the beginning of 2026. And so in like the 2 weeks I haven't covered a lot of the news, there's stuff that is already just like, okay, yeah, the world has moved on from this. Nobody will know what I'm talking about if I bring this story up. And then the last news live stream I did was devoted basically all to like federal news because, the China deal, Donald Trump, and there was something else. I can't even remember what. Oh, right. Davos and the speech that Carney gave that a lot of people, including people on the left, were like, wow, this was such a great speech. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. It was not a good speech. Even I could understand why people would say it was a good speech. I was not one of them. So, Super Strike 9, sorry to hear about your cat passing. Yeah. Hello, hermeteorologist. Yeah, it's been rough, and I still don't have his ashes back. And it's been a while, and it's really upsetting because he's the first kitty cat of all the cats I've had, all the pets I've had, that I've gotten cremated because I just want to be with him. I just want him back here, and he's not. And that's been very hard on me. So anyway, I can't talk about it too much because I don't want to get too emotional at the beginning of the live stream. I don't want to get emotional during a live stream. Well, I always get emotional, but emotional, like different types of emotional, like there's an emotion of getting revved up over the news, getting angry, all that sort of stuff is fun. Getting very mockery over the news for, maybe a stupid ad that the Ontario NDP put out or something of that sort. So, but still, lots to go over. So as per my normal routine when I do a live stream, a news live stream, I have just a few stories on Gaza, and then we'll be kicking over to the federal news. And some of it is just, I think I only have like one of the tabs to get kind of a follow-up on stuff that happened with China, because I pointed out that Doug Ford was really upset with Mark Carney for going behind Doug Ford's back to do this deal with China. You know, of course, that's after Doug Ford went behind Mark Carney's back to put that ad on the United States airwaves that got Canada in hot water. And that was like after Mark Carney had said, don't do it. It's a bad move. And he still did it. But then he got mad when Mark Carney suddenly didn't want him. Well, they've kissed and made up. So I have that to cover. But then I didn't touch any provincial news in the last news live stream because there was just so much to go over. So I have a lot of provincial news to go over, primarily Ontario because I live here. So it makes sense that I would cover it more. But there are a couple other stories from a couple other provinces. Oh, right. Oh, my God. I just remembered I had a whole list of links I was going to review to see. Anyway, I'll have to look over that list of links that I have to see if it's if there's stuff in there that I want to cover for like the next stream or for when I'm on this space on Wednesday. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no doubt about it. I do think that Poilievre is worse than Carney, but I'm not happy with Carney. Anyway, shall we actually get into the news as I keep on rambling? So, like I said, there's just a couple things on Gaza that I wanted to touch on. There we go. So David here, I do not know how to say his last name. He's been doing some good work. So first, he put together a list of Canadians that were signing up to be IDF soldiers. Again, he was not doxing anyone. He was just going by publicly available information. That was it. He wasn't, you know, stalking anyone, releasing people's personal information that wasn't readily available. And he was just kind of going through social medias to see, okay, so who's a Canadian that's posting about being part of the IDF? And he made a list of them because, yeah, they should be charged when they come back because they're participating in a genocide. And then he started putting together a list of corporations that are aiding the genocide. Well, now he's compiled a list of 27 Canadian journalists who have gone on sponsored Israel trips organized by a Zionist group whose co-founder previously worked for an Israeli intelligence firm. So, another list. Let's take a peek at his work because he's doing some good work. So these Canadian media figures went on trips sponsored by the Exent Foundation, a pro-Israel foundation. So EF is a pro-Israel organization that has taken dozens of Canadian journalists and others on sponsored trips since 2024. So, you know, since the genocide has started. EF was co-founded in March 2024 by Larry Marr and a bunch of other people. Marr describes themselves as an entrepreneur. I don't care. Brooke, okay, just talking a bit about the people. I'll also toss the link into the SandBox. Here, let's do that right now. So that if you want to see it and read all the little details, you can. So the purpose of EF, according to its incorporation documents as a nonprofit, is to promote good race relations in Canada by public education campaigns fighting racial discrimination. EF has taken at least 8 delegations of Canadians to Israel. These trips have also included time in the West Bank, referred to by Marr as Judea and Samaria, the borders of Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and the illegally occupied Golan Heights. Participants have met with Israeli government officials, including the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. The majority of media figures who attended these trips have published content on their experience, including articles, videos, and podcasts. Examples include articles titled, Israel Must Get On With It and Finish the Job by Flattening Gaza. Wow. What I, a Muslim, did not know about Israel and my fellow progressives, you've been lied to about Israel. Yeah. Let's see. I hope, yeah. So at least they're posting their experience, but they should really be staying if they're being sponsored to go there. Because a lot of us journalists or commentators, pundits, whatever you want to call, actual journalists and people like me, we all have our own biases. And I'm very open about my bias. I'm very progressive left. But nobody pays me for my thoughts. Nobody, like, I get people who sign up to become patrons, who subscribe to the channel, the little bit of AdSense that I get from YouTube, but, I'm not getting paid by any organization or corporation to spew talking points. What you are hearing is authentically from me. And, proof is my channel's not growing much. Because if I wanted to just be a shill and say what I knew would make money, then, I'd probably have a bigger following right now. But, sometimes being authentic means a slower grind, slower grind up the ladder. But it's important that if they are writing articles on Israel, to be clear that they've been sponsored to go there. If not, they're being a little dishonest. The Maple reached out to EF through the contract from their website, also known to ask how many people they've taken on these trips, if they cover the cost of the trips in their entirety and how much they've spent on them, where they get the money from. We did not receive a response. Here's a list of the 27 media figures who have gone on the trip with details about who they are, where they work, and what they published about the trip. This list should not be considered comprehensive. It will be updated going forward. And these are the people here. I know Brian Lilly is part of the Toronto Sun, which is a complete right-wing right. Oh, this person here, Karma, there's issues around her. I know her name from things that have happened. Keenan, that name rings a bell. I'm horrible with names though. That name also rings a bell, but again, I'm horrible with names. But yeah. And so I go through all of the names here, which we do not have to do on this channel, because like I said, I toss it into the SandBox so you can get to know all of these journalists yourself and go through the little informations that they have. But yeah, there's Brian Lilly from the Toronto Sun. Yeah. Anyway, like I said, don't need to go through all of this because you have the link. You can see it for yourself. Speaking of journalists, so all of these journalists here, do you think they say anything when Israel specifically targets journalists and kills them? Do you think they condemn Israel for what they did? Do they think they worry at all? When a CBS news person was killed in Israel, in Gaza, or by the IDF, and Barry Weiss is now head of CBS, and she's a complete Zionist. Do you think they're going to condemn Israel for what they did? One of the people who works at her organization? Do you think she's going to say anything? Do you think any of these other journalists will call out Israel for what they did? So Barry Weiss, CBS News won't even condemn Israel for killing a CBS contributor. Instead, the network's new top anchor, Tony Doku, I don't know, peddles Israel's talking points about killing a Palestinian journalist. A CBS source calls it a disgrace. So Barry Weiss's CBS News is responding to the Israeli government's killing of 11, including 3 journalists. So again, there's more journalists killed by Israel since the beginning of their slaughter in Gaza than in all other conflicts combined in this century. It's they are targeting journalists, and not just journalists, but their families. They're just completely wiping them out. One of the journalists whom was a CBS contributor, by deferring to the killers. On Wednesday, amid a so-called ceasefire, they've been killing Palestinians every day since this so-called ceasefire. The Israeli military killed 3 journalists in an airstrike. The trio was on an assignment to film a camp in Gaza to document the plight of Palestinians displaced by Israel's genocide. The 3 were Mohammed, a spokesperson for Egyptian Relief Committee, Anas, and Abed, a contributor to Agent France Press and CBS. On a morning call later Wednesday, CBS News President Tom notified attendees of the killing and discussed how Shaat was recently married. Later in the evening, CBS Evening News anchor Tony briefly acknowledged the killing in similar fashion. And then Zateo wants me to pay, which I'm not going to do because, again, a little bit of my gripe about all of this stuff is it's hard for somebody like me who lives with poverty to have access to the same information as a lot of other people because I can't afford to subscribe to all the places I need to subscribe in order to get all of the information. And so there's barriers for people living with poverty to get into this line of work. So Yingpo Wu, a senator here in Canada who has been very outspoken about what's happening to the people in Gaza, he had posted on this International Holocaust Remembrance Day, "Let us pledge that never again means never again, even when Israel is the perpetrator in Gaza." And I forgot to plug in my headphones, so I need to do that. Oof. There we go. And so he was quote tweeting himself from earlier, just saying, "We are allowing again today what was to never be again. I recently introduced a motion calling the government to examine the risk to Canada of complicity and violations of international humanitarian law and genocide." And it is all the times we heard, especially Justin Trudeau, saying, Israel has a right to defend itself, but must, obey international humanitarian law, when quite plainly they weren't and hadn't been. No one has the right to commit genocide.
We need to mark every day as Holocaust Remembrance Day because we are allowing again today what was to be never again. I can see how difficult it is for many of us to contemplate the idea that the modern state representing a Semitic people who suffered so much at the hands of the Nazis could inflict unspeakable horror on another Semitic people. There are those who say it is anti-Semitic to suggest that the state of Israel could be committing a genocide against Palestinians, but that argument is disingenuous and illogical. It also dishonors the very purpose of Holocaust remembrance and the spirit of never again. We need to mark every...
And last that I have on this subject for this live stream is from Owen Jones. And he posted, "If one extended family was killed in Britain, it'd be the crime of our century. Our population," so he's from Britain, "is 69 million. That teeny tiny island. I think of like England and the UK and stuff. And that's such a small landmass compared to Canada. And we have 41 million. Anyway, so their population is 69 million. In Gaza, Israel exterminated more than 2,700 extended families. Their pre-genocide population was 2.2 million. Don't forget Gaza." And he wrote about it. Oh, right. There we go. So he has been speaking out about what's happening in Gaza so much. Imagine one extended family was killed in Britain, went over that. If one extended family was killed in Britain, it would be regarded as one of the great crimes of the post-war era. It would be splashed on every front page. It would lead every news bulletin. Politicians would deliver grief-stricken speeches. Social media would be abound with ordinary citizens sharing their fury and horror. It would go down in history books as a crime remembered with shock for generations. Yeah, there's been entire bloodlines in Gaza just completely wiped out. And part of the reason why the official death toll is drastically undercounted, which, you know, Israel is finally accepting the number of 71,000, which means they know it's a lot higher. And part of it is there's nobody left in the families to report people as being dead or missing, because the entire family, aunts, uncles, cousins, siblings, in-laws, you know, second cousin, third cousins, step siblings, adopted siblings, children, grandchildren, all of them gone, buried in the rubble. Gaza has had a pre-genocide population of around 2.2 million. According to a new study, Israel wiped out more than 2,700 Palestinian families in Gaza. The youngest victim was a one-day-old baby. The oldest victim was a 101-year-old man. Each family, their own memories, their own histories, their own traditions, their own secrets, their ups, their downs, their celebrations, their tragedies, all gone, erased from the earth. All those precious shared moments, a child's first word, family celebrations, day out at the beach, all gone as the families were wiped from Gaza's civil registry, with no one to remember their shared memories as if they never happened. He also made a video about this and pointed out that there's also like a crazy number of families where there's only like one survivor. But again, I will just pop this into the SandBox so that you can finish reading this if you like. You can also just go check out his work on his YouTube channel, where you can see he makes videos about this sort of thing as well. And always very, very good, although very difficult content from Owen Jones on that. Okay, so I can close, and get ready for the next docket, which will be talking about federal stuff. Nope, that's provincial. Is this the federal? Okay, this is the federal. Okay, but before we do that, go and check the SandBox. Finally untangled these. Okay, there we go. Oof. Hello, B-Cat. Welcome to the SandBox. So let's see what people are saying. Hello, Paige. Welcome to the SandBox. Hello, Mozart. Let's see. Super Strike 9. Huge respect to everyone helping Gaza. Mozart. My biases are objectively sound. Mine too. Well, you see, the thing is that my opinion will change if I presented with actual facts and experiences and things of that sort. You know, I don't attach myself to an opinion and then refuse to move from it. People, you know, people change. People experience new things, learn new things. Let's see. Sorry to hear you're sick, La Wild West. I hope you're feeling better soon. Real John Luthen. More I find out about Barry Weiss, the worse she gets. Who did? Was it the Daily Show that actually did a breakdown of her that you can go check out? I think Jon Stewart actually talked about her. Yeah, just a horrible, horrible person. And she's just absolutely tanking CBS. I hate when people talk about like sour candy because I can feel my mouth actually start to like prepare because there's like these glands in the upper cheeks that start going like, okay, okay, we're going to start getting ready for the blast of sour. Hello, true Democratic North. I don't like, I do like sour candy to a point because then there's some candy that is just way too sour. And I'm like, It gets past the point of being like, okay, that's just a nice bite to like, that's all. No. Yeah, like sour gummy worms are good. But I got these hard candies that were on clearance at Bulk Barn, and they're called like baby tears or something like that. And they're sour candies, and they're a bit much. They're a bit much. B Cat likes this color on me. Why, thank you. Looney Tunes also thinks it was Jon Stewart who did that thing on Barry Weiss. Okay. Well, colors are kind of hard to tell. What you see and what I see are different colors, because it's a dark fuchsia, I guess you could say, that I see. I think it looks a little bit more red. It's a hint more pink when I see it than what I think you guys are seeing. It's the same as like this up here, the purple band, depending on the lighting, will look blue, or in this case, almost black. But it is pretty much the same shade as purple as this. But the light picks it up differently because it's the paint and whatnot. And then the camera picks it up differently because when I look at it, I see it as being pretty much exactly that shade. Yes, Super Strike 9, sour candy has limits. Let's see. Real John Litham baby tears? Yeah. They're just like those hard candies shaped as like a tear, like a raindrop or a water drop or whatever, and they're just super sour and they're not pleasant. They're just not pleasant. But I got them. They were just on clearance at the Bulk Barn, and you know I like cheap candy, but I ended up giving away a bunch of them too because I also have the habit of buying things in twos. So if something's on clearance, I'll have to buy like 2 or 4 of them. And so I bought too many of them. Uh, you know, sometimes it's a pain in the ass going shopping when you're OCD. When it's like, okay, it has to be in pairs when I buy it. But it's usually just if it's on sale. If it's not on sale, then I will buy a single amount of it. Yes, Bulk Barn is great. I do like Bulk Barn. They are not a sponsor. But I do go there for a bunch of different stuff. Yep. Okay, so we're going to be getting into some federal news, including the results of the conservative convention. I knew it was going to happen. David Dole, Rational National, has also released a couple videos on it, so you can go check that out as well, but we'll be going in depth. But first up on the docket for that, though, is on the federal docket is just a little bit of a follow-up from the China EV deal. Because for those who were watching my last news live stream, I spent a lot of time on this. And Doug Ford was really miffed that he wasn't included on the trip. That he only found out that it was happening as the plane was leaving the tarmac and he was left behind. And it might have stuff to do with the fact that, you know, he released that stupid ad, that Ronald Reagan ad that got Mark Carney in some hot water with Donald Trump. Not that it mattered much anyway, because again, you can't negotiate with somebody as unstable as Donald Trump. You just can't. There's no negotiating with crazy. So, but it still gave Donald Trump a good excuse to say talks are over. And, if Doug went, he would have wanted to be center of attention. He would have wanted to be the deal maker, the hero of the situation and stuff, and want to be in the spotlight, which could actually distract from actual talks and negotiations. And then, Doug Ford would just want to center himself in it. And so, 3% of 3% of the auto sector, so 49,000 cars will be brought over, but that's just the beginning step, because then China will be investing in Canada to possibly make more factories and good stuff. And I think it's good to have cheaper vehicles, EV vehicles. I would love to have an EV. Absolutely love it. I can't afford one, even a cheap one. But that was objectively good what Mark Carney did. I was on board with that. And I want to see more negotiations with other nations and whatnot when it comes to trade and economics, because we can't rely on the United States. Having one country being able to hold our entire economy hostage is not good for us. But still, there was that rift between Mark Carney and Doug Ford, even though they had been getting along. But there was that rift. Well, they've kissed and made up since then. So Tina Yazdani, who's a really good journalist for City News in Toronto, says after his first meeting with PM Carney since China EV deal, Premier Ford tells us he's ready to move forward, despite his concerns that thousands of auto sector jobs could be in jeopardy in Ontario. Make no mistake about it, we are one country, we're Team Canada, says the man that is selling off all of Ontario to foreign investors. Doug Ford is definitely not Team Canada. He wants the AmCam relationship thing going, where basically, he just sells off to American interests. He is not defending Canada in the slightest, but he tricks people into believing he is. Because again, his folksy present, the way that he presents himself, the words he says, but the actions that he does harms Ontario in every way possible. But let's hear about their little kiss and make up, because again, Doug Ford was really upset. He was really upset that this deal was made behind his back.
And we are live next to Tina Yazdani at Queen's Park. And Tina, Premier Doug Ford has been unhappy with the federal government lately. There was a chance to clear the air today.
Yes, Cynthia, certainly. Prime Minister Mark Carney actually came to Toronto to visit Premier Doug Ford. He missed the first day of question period on Parliament Hill to do so. They met at Ford's Etobicoke home, and they say that they discussed a range of topics. Of course, the main topic of conversation was the auto sector.
I know you would probably get me on taxes, so I'll pay for this, and maybe I'll get 20 bucks.
Ontario's premier treating the Prime Minister to a couple slices of pizza for lunch in his hometown of Etobicoke. A vegetarian slice for Ford and Hawaiian for Carney.
No Canadian slices? Actually, I don't like Canadian. For those who don't know, Canadian pizza is pepperoni and mushroom, and I don't like mushrooms. I do like Hawaiian, though.
Following the pair's first meeting.
Okay, there's a second thing I agree with Mark Carney on. Choice in pizza slices.
Since the PM returned from China.
Sometimes brothers and sisters may disagree, but at the end of the day, make no mistake about it, we are one country. We're Team Canada, both of us.
We must have been five big topics that we worked through in the course of 45 minutes, worked up an appetite.
Auto was one of those topics. The premier has been outspoken, claiming a new deal that will allow a limited number of Chinese EVs into the Canadian market will put thousands of auto sector jobs in Ontario in jeopardy. But a change of tone today.
I think I've voiced my opinion. I don't believe in rehashing it constantly. I want to move forward and really focus on the existing auto manufacturers here, see what we can do to support them and keep them here.
What did he say to you to alleviate your fears about this deal? Are you still worried that thousands of jobs are in jeopardy?
I don't get into private conversations I have with the.
Sorry, I give you the stink eye with that one because how much, well, we'll touch on it again because we're going to be going back when I cover specifically Ontario. There's going to be a rehash of a lot of continuous stories that I've been following, including how he likes to use his own personal cell phone for, official business. And apparently now he uses Google Docs. Yeah, because that's secure.
The Prime Minister.
The Premier met with Federal Minister of Industry Melanie Joly following his meeting with Carney.
I think we have to be not naive, but also we have to be open-minded. And the number one preoccupation when we talk about protecting jobs is we don't want any form of erosion of our industrial base in Canada.
Joly also added they are creating an auto task force to ensure there are future strategic investments in the sector and to make sure that trade deals work for the workers instead of against them. Cynthia?
Yeah, and Attica Simona is just saying, but Canada won't be able to play hockey if they make a deal with China. I did have that in my docket. I think I got rid of it because it was just, an offhand comment from Trump that was just not connected really to anything else I wanted to talk about. It was from a while ago too. But yes, Trump made that comment. I think it's gone anyway. Yeah, I don't think I have it in here. Just looking at the other things up here. But he just said that, oh yeah, Canada won't be able to play. Actually, I did have some commentary I wanted to say about it. Damn it. What was it? Or do I still have it? Well, I'm going to be talking about something hockey related later on. I think that's part of the reason why I was thinking about it. But again, it's part of Canadian culture. It's not going to go away. China doesn't have any say over which sports we play here, obviously. So I tied this in with federal stuff, even though it's Doug Ford centric. But again, kind of like with the China deal, Doug Ford has a way of making himself the center of things. And so for those who have been paying attention to the news recently, we know that what is happening down in the United States right now is absolutely horrific. The ICE agents that are just executing civilians, citizens, innocent people. Well, of course, there's nothing violent the United States does that we don't have our hands in. All the overseas conflicts too that that the United States are involved with, we are too. Like it's a given. We're also involved with them. But when you see a fascistic crackdown in the United States, we're actually involved with it, usually. So it turns out we've been selling armored vehicles that will be used by ICE agents. And Doug Ford thinks it's great, so Global News is reporting on it. Fantastic news. Ford welcomes ICE plan to order Ontario armored vehicles. And in the footage of Alex Preddy, one of the armored vehicles you see in there is Canadian made.
The armored car manufacturer in Brampton provides armored cars for a lot of people. ICE, the enforcement agency in the States, has just ordered 20 cars from ICE.
That's fantastic. I've been through that plant.
That's fantastic. Yes. This organization that has killed innocent people, executed them on the streets. It's fantastic that we're now going to contribute to their ability to harm others.
They make great military vehicles, and now we need the federal government to start ordering some as well off them. And maybe they are, I'm not too sure.
Don't you see it's...
You know what? The issue I would have with the federal government ordering these armored vehicles is how would they end up using it? I don't like the thought of these armored vehicles being in the hands of law enforcement in this country either. Because they'll be abused. The way that the people in power would use these machines would absolutely be abused. And it gives the people who are riding in them power trips and superiority complexes and all that sort of stuff. We shouldn't have military-grade vehicles policing civilian populations here. It's no. Mm-mm.
Ironic with the
I know
tariffs.
it's ironic, but that's all right. We'll take orders anywhere in the world, and thank goodness that the Americans are ordering it off us. They're a great
Thank goodness the Americans are ordering these murder vehicles.
operation there, and maybe you should go and pay it a visit and see all these great employees building armored vehicles.
Well, he kind of sort of had to backtrack because he got a lot of pushback, but he doesn't do a very good job of backtracking because he never does. But Global News then reports Ford's distanced himself from ICE vehicle order placed with Ontario-based company. So at first, Doug Ford is like, yay, Ontario jobs, corporations and stuff. And now it's like, oh, right, ICE agents murdering people, arresting innocent people. Putting them into concentration camps. If you're following American news, there's horrendous stories about what's happening down there and the amount of concentration camps that are in the works. And he was very proud that a part of Canada was going to be involved with that. Well, you had to backtrack just a little because, people don't like the idea of concentration camps and militarized police forces here in Canada or the United States.
Mr. Premier, the next question is a little more difficult. I originally asked it when we first found out about the deal with ICE purchasing armored vehicles from Ontario. Now that with all the
ahead.
yeah,
I'm going to correct this story once and for all, Jamie. I heard it on the news.
Oh, did we get a raid? Somebody is saying that a difficult truth raided us. I didn't see the pop-up. But Looney Tune says, welcome, a difficult truth raiders. Thank you for the raid. Well, thank you for coming in. We're just covering some Canadian news right now about how Doug Ford was very happy about how Ontario was helping out with the ICE agents down in the United States. Hello, MIDI doctors. Is Canada in the Epstein files? You mean the entire country? I don't know. But there are Canadians in there.
We don't direct companies to go sell military vehicles down south or around the world. What I believe in, the federal government should be buying military vehicles built here, built in Mississauga, built in London, to make sure that we buy them here for our military.
Oh, right. Yeah, I should say that they buy them for our military, not our, law enforcement buying it. I can't help who buys our wonderful product, but yeah.
Again, we did not buy these vehicles. I didn't know about these vehicles. It's very similar if Masili sold cans somewhere, ABC. I don't know that, and nor should I.
He was told that they were sold to ICE, and he thought it was fantastic.
We don't have anything to do with what crosses the border. The question is, if you want to talk to the federal government that controls the borders, that controls trade, I don't know where this came from, to be very frank with you. It's like it's on social media, and we all know that everything on social media is 100% accurate. Well, I know. It's a terrible, terrible thing, that social media. But anyways, I had nothing to do with it. And we should be buying military vehicles off that company there, and our friends in London as well.
So not really backtrack, but just kind of, ooh, right. Yes, ICE is really bad, but, I can't help who's buying from us, but everyone should be. And so Sam Hirsch here is just, asking Anita Anand, the foreign affairs minister, yeah, are we cool being complicit with this and sending vehicles? Like, considering that we send weapons to Israel still when we know that they're committing a genocide, I can't say I'm shocked that we would then sell weapons to the United States for them to use on their own civilians. And keep in mind, that's just one step removed away from Canadian authorities using these weapons on Canadians. It's already happened. Especially with Indigenous folks and the protests that they've had, up at Wet'suwet'en when they had, when Justin Trudeau had snipers having their scopes aimed at protesters, people who are blocking the road to their own land. So, yeah, we know all about this here. Well, we don't because the media doesn't report on it all that well. But still, if we are okay selling these vehicles and weapons to other countries knowing that they're being used in unlawful ways to commit genocide, to, crack down on civilian protesters and all that sort of stuff, then would they really be upset if they start using it on our own civilians? Like, it's one step removed away from that, because Sam is quote tweeting Global Politics and then can't say whether Canada will block export of armored vehicles for ICE use. And that's a Globe and Mail article that I can't actually access because, again, paywalls. But speaking of Anita Anand, here she is saying, I've just learned that a Canadian citizen has died in Iran at the hands of the Iranian authorities. The Iranian authorities are horrible people, no doubt about it. Our consular officials are in contact with the victim's family in Canada. My deepest condolences are with them at this time. Peaceful protests by the Iranian people asking that their voices be heard in the face of the Iranian regime and repression of ongoing human rights violations has led the regime to flagrantly disregard human life. This violence must end. Canada condemns and calls for an immediate end to Iranian regime's violence. She doesn't tweet like this when a Canadian is killed in Gaza. When we have like humanitarian workers in Gaza or, Canadian citizens that live in Gaza, when they're slaughtered by, Israel, she doesn't send this out. But also it's interesting because here we are talking about, a government cracking down on protesters specifically here. And so, if you want to do like a one-to-one comparison, you have the ICE agents cracking down on people in the United States. And do you think she has really said anything about this? So this is from CTV News. My advice actually would be don't go. Expert warns Canadians about U.S. travel risks because there are hundreds of Canadians who are detained by ICE, by border officials. U.S. immigration detaining Canadians with minor criminal infractions, expert. Yeah, I would not feel safe going to the States right now myself for a multitude of reasons. I would not want to be detained for one thing. But
majority of Canadians, from what we know, who are being detained, both minors and adults, are related to adults who have had some kind of brush with the criminal law in their lifetime. In many cases, it is extremely minor. It may be related to visa-related offenses when they were visiting the United States, for example, or it could be related to long ago criminal convictions in Canada in relation to, again, modest things. We're not talking about people with histories of violent assaults or violence of any kind, frankly, for the most part, from what I've seen. We're looking at very minor criminal infractions, but sufficient to attract the radar of U.S. enforcement, right? And so typically in the past, what would happen if somebody was identified in the United States without proper documentation or not entitled to the documentation they do have, they would be requested to leave. And so that at the border, they would be denied entry. If identified within the country, they would be advised that their status was expired or non-existent or whatever the case may be, and that, they should head north. People were not routinely detained ancillary to this process. So that is what has changed.
And just a little bit more on that. So a growing number of Canadians, including several young children, have been arrested or detained by U.S. immigration authorities over the past 2 years, according to newly released government data obtained through U.S. federal court case. Let's see. So the data shows that more than 200 Canadians have spent time in ICE custody at some point since January, compared with 137 detained in 2024, with the increase accelerated While the increase accelerated this year, the records show Canadian detentions dating back to before U.S. President Donald Trump began his second term. ICE detention records indicate 434 Canadian detentions date between September 2023 and mid-October 2025. 2 of those cases involved Canadians with aggravated felony convictions, while 6 individuals had other criminal convictions. The vast majority, 366 people, had no aggravated felony record. Let's see. So we're not talking about people with histories of violence. Yeah. So the data shows 94 Canadians were detained for not having valid visas, while 66 were held for overstaying non-immigrant visas. So Trump has pursued sweeping overhaul of the immigration system during the second term, including plans for mass deportations, lower refugee emissions, and to end automatic birthright citizenship for many children born on U.S. soil. So down here, so the records also show at least 6 Canadian children with birth years ranging between 2009 to 2024 were detained during the period. 1 Canadian child was held for 51 days, more than twice the 20-day limit set by long-standing U.S. court-ordered agreement governing protections for migrant children in U.S. custody. 4 of the children were detained at the South Texas Family Residential Center. A facility earlier this year became the subject of a legal complaint alleging inadequate drinking water, medical care, and legal assistance. So yes, even Canadian children are being held. Also, Canadians are dying in ICE custody. So Canadian who died in ICE custody reportedly health issues were weeks earlier, agency said. And so this is from a while ago. From July, and I believe I covered it at the time, but yeah, just the report comes exactly a month after somebody else was found unresponsive. So the Canadian who died while in U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement had several health concerns in the weeks leading up to his death, according to a report published on Wednesday. Now, also, reporting has also come out, I'm saying also too much, but anyway, reporting has come out that ICE is no longer paying for the medical needs of the people in their custody. So there's going to be a lot more people dying due to health-related issues that they will claim, well, it's not our fault. They had pre-existing conditions before they came into our facilities that ended them, which is just, you know, again, it's horrific that this is happening, and that Anita Anand is very concerned about Iran, but has no issues with like Israel and the United States doing some of the exact same things. Then there's also this. No, I don't want that screen. I want this screen. There we go. This screen. Derailed GO train causing massive issues at Union Station. I'll watch that later. Anyway, we're not going to watch this full video, so I will toss it into the SandBox. Rachel Gilmore, a wonderful independent investigator journalist here in Canada. She said, I found Canadian companies working with ICE and Trump's mass deportation regime. Here they are. So we'll just listen to a little bit of this, but you can check out the rest of her video on her channel.
Know which Canadian companies are profiting off of ICE and Trump's violent mass deportation regime? Well, I basically spent the last 3 days like a little research goblin, and boy, do I have some news to share with you. See, when ICE started murdering innocent people, rounding up families, and taking children away from school, I got angry. When I get angry, I research. So I tracked down Canadian companies that have open or recent contracts with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Several of these use the U.S. branches of their companies as their listed address on the USA spending websites, which actually had the effect of hiding them from the maps that are circulating that plot Canadian companies profiting from ICE's cruelty. But like I said, I got angry. So here they are. Starting with one you've probably already heard of, Garda, aka Garda World.
So like I said, you can go and check out her channel to see the full video, but she put a lot of hard work into this. So of course, the Toronto Star stole her work. So Rachel is here saying, bit bold to call the story I Broke Wednesday a star analysis with zero credit to me. More than a dozen Canadian companies, including Thomas Reuters, have done business with ICE. Star Analysis reveals? You mean the information that Rachel Gilmore found reveals? So she did... oh, it's right in that article, actually. So let's go back there. So she did a little follow-up video to that. Saying, this is such a bummer. I worked really hard on this one. Also deleted a previous version of this because I posted too fast and said Tuesday, not Wednesday. She followed up, I think it's just on her channel that I need to go back on. Shorts. Where is it? Oh, right here. This one.
If this star analysis seems familiar, it's because it's the story I broke 2 days ago, which they did not credit me for first reporting. And then they tucked it behind a paywall. I'm gonna be honest, I'm really upset by this. CBC has done it with my active club reporting, and now the Star is yanking this reporting that I was up multiple nights this week past midnight just researching and digging into and doing my due diligence. And what really sucks is if they had reported this and just given me a line of credit that I had first reported this and maybe linked to my reporting, instead of this being something that was super upsetting, it would have been really exciting. But instead they didn't credit me, put work that I made freely available for everyone, hoping that people might become paid subscribers, behind a paywall, and then called it a star analysis. Being an independent reporter is hard enough without people stealing your work. So yeah, this sucks. If this star analysis seems...
Yeah, so just really, really shitty move from the Toronto Star to do that to her, to just steal her work like that. Also, another organization here that is doing great work is The Breach. And so here is, I think his name is Desmond, talking about how Canada's border agents don't deserve a pass. Because, again, up here in Canada, a lot of people tend to think, oh, well, at least we're not in the States. We're nowhere near as bad. But I've talked about it before because I'm involved with, like, Human Rights Watch type organizations here in Canada. And so I know things like people who are seeking asylum here in Canada will be held in prisons if there's not enough room for them. So they'll just be held in a prison with other like criminals, which is totally not okay. And there's all these other abuses that happen to people trying to seek asylum that come here to Canada. And that often goes unreported or underreported, especially when, you know, you have the United States right next to us, that their stories are so much bigger that they take all of the oxygen out of the news cycle. And so a lot of Canadians tend to know more about what's happening in the United States and think, oh, that's horrible, without realizing it's happening here too. So here's Desmond talking about what's happening here in Canada.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents, or ICE, in the United States unleash violence in the streets. The response from some Canadians has been, that could never be us.
I'm Trent McClellan, nice agent. Nice hug from a nice agent.
This had better not get me a copyright issue, but this is from their YouTube channel, and I'm showing it on my YouTube channel, so it should be okay.
Get in, bud. Bring it in. Thank you. Welcome to Canada.
But are Canada's border agents really as...
Yeah, so that was from This Hour Has 22 Minutes. They did this little bit about, ooh, we have nice agents up here, eh? Yes, we go around giving hugs to the tourists. Which, again, it's not an accurate representation of what our border agents are actually like.
But are Canada's border agents really as cuddly as we'd like to imagine? Here are 3 things you may not know about CBSA, the Canada Border Services Agency. Deaths in custody. People die while in the custody of the CBSA. Since the year 2000, there have been at least 19 deaths in border agents' custody, but because of secrecy and inconsistent reporting, this number could be much higher. One such death was Bolonte Allo, originally from Nigeria.
49-year-old man who has lived in Calgary for years was being deported. He was taken into custody after some kind of altercation on board a KLM flight. He died in hospital just an hour and a half later.
Calgary police took a full year to investigate Allo's death before concluding that he died of natural causes after an unspecified altercation with the border agents who were deporting him. CBSA operated without independent oversight until 2024, making it almost impossible for families like Allo's to get answers or accountability. Indefinite detention. Unlike most Western countries, Canada sets no time limit for CBSA to keep people in its custody, which can amount to indefinite detention. Traditionally, many immigration detainees are kept in provincial jails, even though their issue with the government is administrative, not criminal. One man, named Michael Mvogo, was held for over 9 years before being deported.
He's been locked up for more than 7 years for immigration violations.
Under international law, immigration detentions are limited to 90 days. Canada should abide by those rules, but it's voluntary.
Under mounting criticism, the government has reduced average detention times in recent years, but it still refuses to set a limit for immigration detention, sending asylum seekers to ICE. CBSA sends thousands of asylum seekers from the US back into ICE custody, often without even hearing their cases for refugee protection. That's partly a result of the so-called Safe Third Country Agreement between Canada and the US.
The Safe Third Country Agreement prevents asylum seekers from the US from claiming protection in Canada and vice versa.
We all know the US is not a safe country for immigrants and asylum seekers.
I've talked about the Safe Third Country Act before here on this channel, but just to let people know who don't know, it's this idea that people who are trying to claim refugee status, they have to claim refugee status in the first safe country they enter after they leave theirs. And since the United States is still considered a safe third country, if somebody has landed in the United States, that would mean that they have to try to claim refugee status in the States. And if they try to come to Canada, they'll automatically be rejected because they're supposed to do it in the United States, which puts us in a very convenient spot because the only land border we have is with the United States. So there's a lot of people trying to cross over to claim refugee status here. The problem is that a lot of people are no longer safe in the United States. So to try to claim that United States is a safe third country anymore, it's not. It just absolutely is not. And so we need to get rid of that completely because there's a lot of people that need to flee the United States and come to Canada to claim that refugee status because of what's happening down there on a multitude of reasons, like what's happening with refugees, with immigrants, with people who have safe statuses there, special safe statuses, queer folks, trans folks, all of them. They need to be able to flee to Canada if it's no longer safe in the United States because their options are also very limited if they can't travel by plane or boat. Then, you have Canada and Mexico.
But Canada keeps sending them there. And the Liberal government is pushing legislation that would make it even harder for migrants to claim asylum. That includes giving the government the power to cancel the status of entire groups of migrants without due process. As the government ramps up its scapegoating of migrants, issues fewer work and study permits, hires 1,000 new CBSA officers, and plans to create more immigration detention capacity, it is setting the stage for even more aggressive immigration enforcement. So Canadians have a choice. We can either pretend to be the nice guys.
All right, well, let's all go for a beaver tail together. They're going to love it.
Or we can recognize our role in a global migrant crackdown and join the fight to provide status for all people, wherever they happen to be.
Yeah, there's just this idea that, up here in Canada, we're so nice, we're so friendly. And there's this nice Canadian culture. And the thing is that Canada doesn't have a culture. We have a brand that we like to sell to the rest of the world. And what the brand is versus, you know, what we actually are very two different things. Yes, you want up on my lap now, don't you? Come on. Here's Abernathy. Being a pain. Yeah. People want to see you. Interrupting my work. Fly, kitty, fly. Super kitty. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so I was saying that, you know, up here in Canada, we don't have a culture, we have a brand, and Mark Carney's been leaning hard into it. A little hard into it, I think. And so here he is, and this is part of the reason why he's so popular right now. And it's basically the same reason why Doug Ford is popular. They know how to speak to a crowd. They know how to sell themselves as Canadian to bring out that Canadian pride in others that make people, you know, when people watch them, they feel patriotic type thing. And it's all phony. It's all phony. And the actions never meet the words. And so here is Mark Carney just getting applause for saying all the right words in the right order.
We're choosing to build inclusively, in full partnership with Indigenous peoples, inclusively to ensure that AI benefits all Canadians, to respect diversity, to accept others, and to combat hate so that every Canadian feels free to be themselves and can thrive in the greatest country on earth. When we live our values, we grow as individuals and we build as a people.
Yes, when we as Canadian live our values, we grow as a people.
When we're kind, kindness grows.
Yes, we're known for our kindness. And kindness grows. We're known throughout the world as the good guys.
When we're united, unity grows. When we're Canadian, inclusive, fair, ambitious, Canada grows. Canada and the United States have built a remarkable partnership in the economy, in security, and in rich cultural exchange. But Canada doesn't live because of the United States. Canada thrives because we are Canadian.
Yes. Canada is good because we're Canadians. Okay, I need you down. You're getting fur all over my face, Speedy. Nah. Yes. That's one of the things about here in Canada. What makes you a Canadian? Well, being in Canada. Like, I'm Canadian. There's my culture right there. Quebec does have its own culture, but as somebody was saying in the SandBox, like that's the thing. There are little areas across the country that has a culture, like Newfoundland, PEI, but to say that there's a Canadian culture, nah. There's just a brand that we sell to the world. And, you know, here's Mark Carney saying all the right words, getting the applause. We are kind. We are defined by our kindness. Here in this country, we are known for kindness in healthcare. Yes, that is all about us. We have the greatest healthcare and we're known for our kindness. Oh, what's this? Starting in May, refugees and asylum seekers in Canada will co-pay healthcare costs. Yeah. So, the people who could potentially be detained and put into provincial prisons because they're fleeing horrific situations. You know, people who are refugees tend not to have a lot of money because, you know, again, they're fleeing horrific situations. Now, in the greatest nation on earth, full of kind and kindness, Canadians, we're going to make these people do co-pays. healthcare costs. So the federal government is changing how the interim federal health program, IFIF, operates, requiring refugees and asylum seekers to co-pay for certain supplements and health benefits. Because, it starts with them. And then it'll be like, well, do we really as a government have to cover everyone's healthcare costs, or should it just be the basics? They'll start somewhere, and this is just, it's the chipping away at the dam, to privatize the healthcare here in Canada, because, it's happening in full force in Ontario and in Alberta. Federal government is doing dick all to stop it because they don't want to. Because the Liberal federal government also wants to privatize our healthcare. So they're just looking the other way and then saying, well, maybe we can privatize it in these small ways. And since we already are getting people mad at immigrants and refugees, then maybe people won't care that we're taking healthcare away from some of the most vulnerable people in this country. So Immigration, Refugees, Citizens, and Citizenship Canada, the IRCC, announced Tuesday that beginning May 1st, beneficiaries will require to pay $4 for each eligible prescription medication filled or refilled under the program. The change is an effort to help make the program more sustainable amid growing usage and rising costs, the agency said. The change also includes refugees and asylum seekers paying 30% of costs of other eligible supplemental health products and services such as dental care, vision care, counseling, and assistive devices. Now, here's the thing. This should be free for everyone. Free at the point of service for everyone. Because it should never be like, well, if I don't get it, they shouldn't. It should be like, well, if they get it, so should I. Because, there is no free vision care in Canada, unless you're like me, I'm on disability, so I can go to the eye doctor once every 2 years, and that's covered. But if I need glasses, maybe a portion of that will be covered, And before dental care was expanded, it's because I'm on disability that I had some dental care covered. But all of this should be covered. And if they're a refugee, an asylum seeker in this country, they should also be covered. We have the resources. Like, that's the thing. We have the resources, but, the healthcare systems are being bled dry from, in particular, people like Doug Ford. And so then when other people start suffering, they say, well, let's just start taking it away from these other people. And then maybe it'll get better for us? Nah, that's not how it works. So basic health benefits, including doctor visits and hospital care, will remain fully covered with no co-payments under IFIF. Why the change now? The introductory of co-payments was first signaled in the federal government's budget for 2025. According to the IRCC, small point of service costs help share responsibility while keeping core medical care free and accessible. Yeah, again, refugees not known to have a lot of money on them. And to help keep core medical care free and accessible, well, again, that's the problem with the provinces not spending the money properly, shoveling it over to the private sector as opposed to spending it on the public service sector. Rapid growth in the use of expenses and stuff. The next fiscal year saw even greater growth. Yeah, a lot of refugees were allowed into Canada, primarily Ukrainian refugees, and expenses will go up because of that. We have the resources. We have the money in this country. It's just a matter of how it's being spent. So, here's a little bit of good news. CBC News further expands local journalism bureaus. Historic investment in local journalism comes at critical moment with local news in steep decline in Canada. Now, I'm pointing this out because it's something that's coming up in just a little bit. So we'll skip down to... the person writing this from CBC saying, I'm so delighted to announce today another significant investment in our local public service journalism in communities where CBC has little to no presence. This year, CBC News will add 33 local journalists and create 11 new boroughs, increasing its Canadian footprint from 66 to 77 locations. This boosts on-the-ground investment in additions to last year local service expansion of 30 journalists hired in 22 communities across Canada. Many of the new positions are based in central and western Canada. Now again, I have my issues with the CBC. There's no doubt about it, but I think the idea of the CBC is good. That there should be a publicly funded news organization, but there shouldn't be biases there. There shouldn't be somebody dictating saying, you know what, you can't really say that there's a genocide happening in Gaza, but you can interview all these Zionists to get their point of view on it. You know, that sort of shit shouldn't be happening. But the idea of having this service is valuable and important because especially in today's day and age where capitalism rules, there's a lot of news organizations that just, they can't afford to have that journalist go to Gaza, go on the ground to all these other places, do the investigative journalism that's needed. But when you have a publicly funded organization like CBC, you do have the ability to do that sort of thing with that. So this is good. But what is good coming from this government is very few and far in between because there's also this. More than 23,000 federal employees told jobs could be at risk, latest data shows. Federal government has launched online job tracker. More than 23,000 workers at 24 public organizations have received notices since December that their positions could be targeted by cuts, according to a new online tracker on the federal government's website. I know somebody who's affected by this, who's just got this notice saying, yeah, we don't know if it's going to be you, but, you know, we can't rule it out. The amount of anxiety that type of notice given to like everyone in their department and stuff of that sort doesn't help productivity. You know, doesn't help people at work stay calm and secure and all that sort of stuff. So the cuts come during a shrinking of the public service that was announced in the 2026 budget. Again, this is one of the most conservative governments we've had in a long time. Like they're even outdoing the Harper government when it comes to cuts in some of the things that they're doing. There is no mistake about it. This liberal government is conservatives. They are just flat out conservatives. And basically they just don't make such a big deal about hating queer folks. And well, they do make a thing about hating immigrants. But that's really it. You know, the liberal government doesn't say much about wanting to take away the right to choose what happens to your own body. You know, so they tend to stay a little bit more center left leaning when it comes to social issues, but everything else, hardcore conservative. So as of January, the 5 ministries with the largest number of jobs affected were Global Affairs Canada, Statistics Canada, Employment and Social Development Canada, Health Canada, and Transport Canada. The government plans to eliminate approximately 40,000 positions, a 10% reduction from a peak size of the civil service in 2023-24. The Liberals say that that should allow them to realize saving nearly of $13 billion over 4 years by destroying the livelihoods of these people. And again, what do you think is happening with these jobs? It's not like they aren't needed. They're needed. Well, you know how they said something about having a minister for AI? Yes, they're going to be replaced by AI and privatized. Again, this liberal government is all about the conservative agenda. They're just looking to privatize these things with AI. That's what they're doing. They're cutting public jobs to get them privatized. In the last year, the size of the civil service has already shrunk by 10,000 jobs. And again, if you want to save a lot of money, maybe not spend so much on the military. The thing, we have enough money to do everything needed when it comes to healthcare, education, looking after the environment, infrastructure, housing, all of it, you know, affordable groceries, all of it, if the money was actually spent in a way that would benefit the people. There's more than enough money. But the way it's being spent by the government is absolutely to support the, 1% in the corporations. A comprehensive spending review launched in July identified 16 full-time positions to be eliminated, including so on and so forth. And so the Serfs had tweeted this out. And this is where we kind of get back into the whole culture of Canada thing that I get annoyed about. Because here's the Prime Minister of Canada talking about a TV show. Heated rivalry is a testament not only to the talent of Canadians who created it, but also to what makes Canada such a remarkable country. We are a country that welcomes storytellers, listeners, and their stories, listens to their stories, and celebrates our differences. Let's listen to his little spiel on this, shall we?
Fundamental Canadian value is that people should be able to be whoever they want to be.
Yes, we should. Also, I get really sick of here's this one hit show in Canada, now let's prop it up and make this Canada. Like, this is now, whenever we're talking in conversation, have you seen the latest Heated Rivalry episode? Yes, I'm Canadian because I just referenced it. Yeah, of course I watch it all the time. I haven't seen any of it. I know Emma Vigeland has talked all about it. I am kind of curious about it because seeing hot guys make out is, I'm game.
To love whoever they want to love. Heated rivalry reflète une valeur canadienne fondamentale. Chaque jeune, peu importe qu'ils sont ou qu'ils s'aiment, devrait se sentir en sécurité dans leur communauté et fier d'eux-mêmes. Our stories, our shared references, our collective memories remind us that we are all part of something bigger, a creative, curious, compassionate, diverse, and ambitious nation. A nation that welcomes storytellers, listens to their stories, celebrates our differences. That's worth protecting, especially at this moment.
Yes, it's worth protecting. And as the Serfs point out, anti-LGBTQ+ legislation currently implemented or passing in Canada. So worst activity, of course, is in Alberta, high risk of becoming worst jurisdiction. You have Saskatchewan, parts of Quebec. Imminent risk of further anti-trans developments with the yellow stuff in Quebec and Alberta, of course. So basically low risk in Manitoba, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and the territories. But also what pisses me off about this is how it tries to sanitize the culture that is within Hockey Canada. Now, I have no issues with a TV show maybe portraying something the way that it isn't, because you look at propaganda and things of that sort. This is Canada-ganda. Canada-ganda. It's Canada-ganda. This is just Canada-ganda that Heated Rivalry is. Because if you Google Hockey Canada and scandal, you're going to come across some pretty horrific stories. Also, Hockey Canada, known to be very homophobic. So how it's portrayed, like I didn't even realize like it was supposed to be portraying a Canadian team per se, or that it was Canadian-ish when I first heard about it. But Hockey Canada's culture is very toxic. It's been very bad for a very long time. It's very misogynistic. Lots of people have suffered in that culture, and then there's a lot of pressure on kids to be part of it, and what that does to people. But the way that it's being lauded, it's just part of the branding of this country. It's not the actual what's happening here. Let's see. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by something. I have to open it. Open. I normally have this ready to go. Sorry, you'll understand what I'm doing in just a second. Oh, you heard that, didn't you? There we go. And then there. And then... No, not that, not that. No, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? No, it's not in there. Where do I keep it? You'll understand in a moment. Did I keep it there? No. Did I keep it in here? There it is. There we go. You'll understand in just a moment what I am doing. Because I don't have the money to pay for something like, oh, what's it called? StreamYards. There we go. I'll come over here, and I do. Huh? There we go. Thank you, John Martinez, for the $10 super chat. Hey, Sandy, hope all is well with you. It's been a rough month, but thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Takes me a while to get to it, but yeah, the idea of Canada and its sanitized image, the maple washing of this country, it's, you know, it's frustrating because I like the idea of people thinking, well, at least somewhere in the world, there's a country getting it right. Unfortunately, that ain't us. That's not Canada. Or people thinking that there's nothing to worry about up here, that, you know, Canadians have it great. Like, what do you have to complain about? And all of this sort of stuff. And the thing is that a lot of Canadians buy into it too. And so they don't fight for anything better. They don't fight for, you know, better health care. They don't look past the fact that this kindness that they speak of doesn't exist the way that they claim. Like, there are tons of kind people in this country. There is no doubt about it. My neighbors, super friendly. You know, and I don't fear walking around anywhere, but that's also the privilege of my skin color. And the neighborhood that I live in. But it's just, it's frustrating to have that, and then to have to tell people, no, it's, you have to take your rosy colored glasses off. It's not like that. It's actually a lot worse. And the idea of just lauding Hockey Canada because of a TV show, a fictional TV show, without dealing with the realities. It's not like this is a drama where it's actually like, no, let's talk about the nitty gritty of the culture, the hockey culture in Canada. Let's make it a CSI, you know, CSI Hockey Canada, because that is doable. That is doable. It's not about dealing with the issues that are systemic in the organization. It's about, you know, maple washing it and covering it up and being like, see, there's a TV show about gay hockey players because we're inclusive in this country. It's a fictional story. Writing a fictional story doesn't suddenly make the culture of said thing it's talking about real. There's tons of homophobia in Canadian hockey. There was issues around rainbow jerseys and things of that sort, and they had to put in rules and stuff. And then there was the scandals about, Again, if you type in scandals, I didn't cover it too much on this channel because it was just too difficult to deal with it. And the fact that at the end the judge said, well, you know, this woman who was potentially harmed by this, you know, keeping it censored for YouTube, what they did to her, by a group of Hockey Canada players. Well, I just don't think she's a reliable witness. Therefore, they're all going to get off scot-free. That somehow she consented to all of that while she was drunk. It's a disgusting culture up here that needs to be actually looked at and dealt with and not just glossed over. Anyway, I do have just a tinge more federal news to talk about, and that would be the Conservative election. Oops, where'd it go? Oh, gotta put that back up on the screen. Oh, no, not that one, not this screen, okay. Actually, I can close this one. There we go. And so I will get to that in just 1 second, but first I will get caught up in the SandBox. And then we'll talk about PP, the return of PP. I still have like cat hair on my nose. Abernathy sheds like crazy. Let's see. I think I saw this stuff. Oh, well, I'm scrolled up as high as I can go. Oh, talking about Canada in the Epstein files. There are some Canadians there. I don't think any of our politicians have been identified yet. Yet. There's lots of documents to go through. Let's see. Why are you guys talking about the Pizza Nova song? That's Canadian culture. A commercial. Well, the best Canadian culture in a commercial would be the house hippo. And then we also have our, oh, what are they called? Propaganda commercials. The Canadian heritage commercials. They're just pure propaganda. Let's see. Have I said hi to Soul Life yet? If not, hello. Hello, sirs. There's somebody else who popped in that I wasn't too familiar with. Welcome, everyone who's in the SandBox and who is just watching. Let's see. The Wild West, bro. I hate the nice agents. Yeah. Hello, Boku. Yeah, Abernathy was on my lap. He gets very, it'd be fine if he just sat there, but then he wants to play with everything on the desk and start churning through cords, so I can't have that. And he's also super heavy, so I already move around a lot. During live streams, I have to keep on shifting my positions, and it's hard to do that with that chunker on my lap. The reference frame saying Quebec as a culture, though, yes. And I touched on that there are cultures within Canada, but there is no Canadian culture. And I've said this before, countries don't have cultures. People have cultures. And countries have brands. And so there are groups of people within countries that will have cultures, but there is no one culture that represents all the people in any country. But there is a brand that every country will try to sell to the rest of the world. Oh, Mondale is live tonight? I'll have to catch up to see what he's saying. Be curious. Haven't seen him in a while. John Martinez crying shame that PP Boy won. Not necessarily. CBC to me has always been more like Reuters, unbiased, up-to-date, legitimate journalism. Depends on the subject, but mostly. Mostly. Not so much when it comes to Gaza. But it is more reliable than some other mainstream sources. But we'll be talking about PP next. And as I say, it's probably better for the country because the conservatives are less likely to win with him in power. It's such fucking annoying covering him because he's such a loser and pretender. Let's see. The reference frame, Canada Ganda is better than Ducka Ganda. Yeah. Canada Ganda. It's now a word. Let's see. And people, only help out if you can. Just catching a couple comments. You know, only send in a super chat if you have the money. Don't worry about it if you don't. You can like, share, just subscribe to the channel, and that all helps out in the algorithm. Participating in the SandBox helps it out in the algorithm. And the more it gets helped out in the algorithm, the more eyeballs see it, and the more potential AdSense that this channel can make and reach a wider audience. So there are ways of helping where you don't have to give monetary. And if you can, I appreciate it. If you can't, I get it. Let's see. Soul Life, I thought it was Canadian Dunkin' Donuts. Well, we have Dunkin' Donuts up here. Actually, I don't know if we do anymore. We used to. Now Tim Hortons is just buying everything. And again, like that's part of the whole Canadian culture thing is that they kept on wanting to hold Tim Hortons up as like, oh, this is the Canadian icon. You know, everyone talks about Timmy's. And I actually do kid you not. When I was tutoring some refugees on English, the first two things they learned to say was hello and double double. For those of you who don't know, it's double cream, double sugar in your coffee. So they knew to go to Tim Hortons and say double double. But Tim Hortons is not a Canadian company. It hasn't been for over a decade, maybe over 2 decades. Like it hasn't been a Canadian company for a long, long time. And so to use that as like this Canadian icon just it's not legitimate anymore. And we shouldn't be using a corporation to be the identifier for this country. Boku says PP talk gets you demonetized. As far as I haven't been like demonetized for anything I've said that I know of anyway. Like they might be doing it quietly, but I do get notices every now and then when there's like music issues, and so then I can take the music out or the episode is demonetized or all the money will go towards a certain, you know, right holder. And again, that's just like it's really somebody who is already wealthy is going to take the pennies that I would get from having this little clip, this 30-second clip in my 4-hour long live stream, So they would get all the pennies that I make from that live. Oh, fuck off, you know. But it's possible that some of my episodes get demonetized for content, but I believe it would tell me if that was the case. So it could be that my channel just kind of goes unnoticed. So as far as I know, I haven't been demonetized for talking about pee-pee. And I still watch my language, but again, I don't know if I've ever been demonetized because of language. If I have, it's not telling me. Hello, Moomy. Welcome to the sandbox. Moomy, it costs 1,000 to go to convention and vote. Who's going to pay 1,000 to go vote? No, that's like, well, you have to pay together. And I've made that criticism about like the NDP and stuff before too, like the conventions and stuff. People in the UK don't realize how easy they have it when you're just on a tiny little island like that. So it's a lot easier to get to conventions, to vote on parties and things of that sort. Whereas here, you know, if the convention is on the other side of the country, you have to take a week off work and be able to afford the airplane and the hotel or have a place to stay. And then it's just the entry fee to the convention and stuff. And so you're only having certain groups of people attending conventions where all this voting happens. A certain group of people that have a certain amount in their bank account. And so a lot of what gets voted on, who gets voted in, it's very skewed to an establishment circle. You know, the people, the elites within each party get to control it for the rest. Like the NDP, they'll have something where it's like, okay, if you're low on money or something, you can get a lower entry fee to the convention or something, but still that doesn't cover the cost of, do you need to take time off work? Do you need to travel? Do you need a hotel room? So having a discounted ticket to get into the convention doesn't mean much. Yes, I like local mom and pop shops, John Martinez. When it comes to like cafes or donut shops or bakeries or anything, I like local stuff, you know, and it's a shame when they go away. One of my favorite bakeries in this area had to go away, and I was like, no, because they tore down the building it was in to make room for a new off-ramp from a highway, which sucks. Because they had been in that location for so long, the rent had been fixed, and there's literally nowhere else they could go suddenly because they had been in that location for decades. So there was nowhere they could actually afford to move their business to, which was sad. It'd be nice if the city actually subsidized a business like that because, oh my God, it was the best bakery. It was the best. I would just go there and it was like an ice cream cone filled with icing. Oh my God, it was so good. Many doctors, you type, I support Palestine action, they lock you up in the UK. Yeah. I can still say that here. I support Palestine action. As far as I know, I don't get demonetized for that. It just means I can't travel to the UK. Not that I can afford to, but they might look me up and be like, I don't know if we have any Manitobians here. Moomy. Let's see. Anyway, let's get to the rest of this and then we can move on to provincial stuff because the provincial docket is super long because I missed that completely when I did my last news live stream because there was just so much federal news to cover. So I devoted that entire live stream to federal news. And so the docket after this is provincial. So I'll start with the small provincial one that isn't Ontario-centric, and I'll end with the Ontario one, and that one's rather long. But before we do that, we gotta get caught up on the convention, the Conservative Convention. So this had been in the works now for a long, long time. I have been talking about it, and I predicted it accurately. I said that Pierre Poilievre was going to win because despite how unpopular he is outside of the party, within the party, he's still very popular. But some people are just like, no, there's like an establishment within the Conservative Party. They won't let that happen. Never, because they know their party has less of a chance of winning if he's in power. Well, the party now has less of a chance of winning because if you look at polling, which I will be making reference to a poll later on, but I don't like making references to polls. And it's not that I'm default. It's like, this is what I already know, you didn't need to do a poll type thing. But the poll kind of backs up what I'm going to say. But I knew that Pierre Poilievre was going to win because he's still very popular amongst the base. And you know, people say, oh, you shouldn't go to social media. Social media isn't real life. It does reflect it very well these days, though. And Pierre Poilievre is very popular within his party, so I knew he was going to win. And he's part of the reason why they did not win the last federal election. And Mark Carney is astonishingly popular right now because there's a lot of conservatives that are voting or will plan on voting for Mark Carney and then get to claim that, see, I will vote for all parties because I'm open-minded, without realizing they're just voting for their Conservative Party. But Mark Carney is the leader they wish they had for the Conservative Party. And so they're actually going to lose a lot of Conservative votes to Mark Carney in the next elections and stuff. And so Mark Carney's popularity and approval rating is far, far higher than Pierre Poilievre, who is an NPC for the right wing. He's a non-player character. He comes across as very inauthentic. He's a dork. He's very, very fake. He did the whole glam up type thing to try to make himself seem more attractive and all of this sort of stuff when he is just a whiny little dweeb. That's all he is. And he has no original thought. He doesn't have any principles, nothing. And so it's hard to get behind someone like him, even if you are conservative, when he is such a feckless leader. So it's good for Canada, I suppose, that he's leader. But it just sucks because that means I have to keep on covering him. Also, if the Conservatives do win in the next election, it's not going to be because of Pierre Poilievre. It's going to be because of the right-wing machine. And it will do it in spite of him, not because of him. Whereas there's a good possibility they lost the last election because of him. Because that right-wing machine, it was working overdrive. And it had a 20-point lead over the Liberals. And then it all went crashing down. And PP had a lot to do with it. Donald Trump had a lot to do with it. The Liberals actually replacing Justin Trudeau had a lot to do with it. But you take away any one of those three and the Conservatives would have won. So let's get to it. There we go. So, more from Global News. Conservatives vote to keep Pierre Poilievre on as parti leader.
Poilievre was going to lose the leadership review. It was only a matter of how much. Well, there was never any sense that Pierre Poilievre was going to lose the leadership review. It was only a matter of how much was he going to win by. And with 87.4% of delegates giving him the thumbs up, Poilievre can now turn his messaging a little bit away from a partisan approach and now towards the broader electorate.
My message to those people who have felt unseen for too long, who are carrying the country on their back and feel underappreciated and overworked, conservatives see you, and conservatives will fight for you.
Under Poilievre, the party has set one fundraising record after another 3 years in a row. In 2025, the party hauled in $48 million.
Again, he lost his own riding because for the first time, the people in his own riding actually got to know who he was. And that's how much they disliked him. For an incumbent and the leader of a party to lose their own riding, he should have stepped down. Jagmeet Singh did after he lost his riding, but also Jagmeet Singh had been parachuted into his riding after he won the leadership for the federal NDP. Then he lost his riding, he stepped down. Pierre Poilievre had been in his riding for decades, and they finally voted him out because they actually got to know who he was. That's how unpopular he is.
That's more than twice what all other parties raised combined.
All of you who pound signs on frozen ground, knock doors on dark nights, and sacrifice warm family dinners for cold campaign pizza, you never give up, so I'll never give up.
Why are you chipping out on the pizza? Especially if you made so much more money than the other parties.
The party did lose the 2025 election, and it was the party's fourth loss in a row, and yet Poilievre won more votes, 8.1 million, than any other conservative leader ever.
Often we won these votes in places that...
Again, it wasn't him who won it. It was the Conservative Party that won it. It was the right-wing machine that was driving the voters. If he had not been leader, they would have won by a landslide.
...had never voted conservative before, and now it is clear conservatives are the party of workers, including union workers, small business owners, and
that's the fault of the NDP too, for not getting workers to feel like that the party still represented them. Hopefully the next leader of the NDP does a better job of bringing those voters back into the fold.
young people.
Now, we still don't know where Poilievre will run in the next election. That will come in the weeks ahead. But for now, Pierre Poilievre joins Stephen Harper as the only other conservative leader to lose their first election, but be given a second chance to try to become Canada's Prime Minister.
Don't think there was anything in the article I needed to read because it was pretty much all just said. Trump threatens to sue Trevor Noah over Epstein joke at Grammy Awards. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, so we don't need to go over the rest of the article. Just wanted to watch the news clip on it, but here we go. So the Conservative Party is overhauling its policy playbook. Here's what's changing. So this I thought would be important to go over, and it's about what did they vote to be their party platform, especially going into the next election. So delegates at the Conservative Party's National Convention in Calgary voted overwhelmingly Saturday to enact a stand your ground style law to allow someone to protect themselves with lethal force against an intruder in their home. Again, this is just fear-mongering right-wing propaganda. You are already allowed to protect yourself with lethal force in this country if it is deemed necessary. And there was a lot of commenters very upset with me by saying you shouldn't be allowed to just murder someone for coming onto your property. And so here in Canada, you can legally defend yourself, but it has to be with proportional force. So if somebody is just stumbling home drunk and accidentally, breaks down your front door because they thought it was their front door, you're not allowed to just murder them. I know it's wild, but you can't. You have to meet it with proportional force. And let's say you have a baseball bat and you are defending yourself and your first blow, you hit them to, protect yourself. If that kills the person, again, the likelihood of you getting charged with anything is very slim because, the courts understand adrenaline and all that sort of stuff. However, if in the first blow you knock a person out and they're on the ground and they're no longer a threat to you, you can't then continue to bash them over the head with a baseball bat until they're dead. You're not allowed to do that. Because if you look in the States, lots of innocent people get murdered or, well, not murdered, but killed because they go into homes mistakenly, or they're a family member, or they're a child, teenager sneaking in late, or somebody unexpected, or even if they are a burglar and they're not there to harm anyone, they're just desperate for money for whatever reason, take their life away, there's no chance of rehabilitating them. So making this into a talking point, the way that they try to spin it is gross. And it all this will do in the end is leading to people dying that didn't have to. So yes, we are already allowed to use lethal force. We're just not allowed to use that as the default. So this was one of a dozen policies debated and adopted by the delegates at the biannual gathering, many of which focused on crime, immigration, and social policy. Not shocking. After handing Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre a strong endorsement, party members renewed their policy playbook ahead of the next possible federal election. With an eye on the next campaign, delegates said they want Poilievre to rule out decriminalizing any more drugs, tighten bail, and enact stricter laws to try to prevent intimate partner violence. More than 90% of the delegates also called for restoration of mediocrity by doing away with diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI programs. About 77%, with some notable opposition from Quebec, voted for CBC Radio Canada to be defunded. So that's why I wanted to put in the article earlier about, the Liberal government actually expanding the CBC, because that is good. They would want to get rid of it because they call it, government propaganda, which it's government funded, but it's not dictated to by the government, and it's always been there regardless of which party is in power. So immigration, a common topic. An overwhelming number of delegates, again about 77%, also endorsed a policy to pursue immediate deportation of non-citizens in Canada convicted of serious offense with default permanent ban on re-entry, and provisions for asset forfeiture of foreign criminals forced to leave. As it stands, these criminals generally serve a sentence in Canada before facing deportation proceedings. Immigration was a common topic at the convention. A decisive 97% of delegates, for example, supported tighter immigration rules. It's already extremely difficult to get into this Canada as an immigrant. You don't need to tighten the rules. You should probably loosen them, actually. Allow families to actually bring in more family members and things of that sort. Make it easier for families to be reunited here. That would be a good thing. And to make sure that, people who are coming over here as foreign workers and stuff aren't abused, but are actually treated fairly and given a decent wage, and, aren't having their passports withheld and work for slave wages and all that sort of stuff. But a lot of those jobs should also be going to Canadians, but, corporations, they like to abuse people. It's part of their capitalistic nature. So delegates agreed there needs to be border security reform and an overhaul of the asylum system. Again, this is not a problem here. It's already extremely difficult, and the Liberals are on it. Bill C2. The Liberals are on it already. You don't need to have the Conservatives for that. So conversion therapy ban reveals party division. Oh, something that they're not so 77% on. While most policies sailed through with lopsided margins, one policy in particular revealed a division in the party. Social Conservative delegates pushed a resolution that would have made it official Conservative policy to oppose the existing conversion therapy ban, which was enacted by the last Liberal government. This is a good thing. Banning conversion therapy saves lives and saves the mental health of a lot of people. And also there's nothing, there's no reason why anyone should be forced to convert if you're queer. There's nothing, like, again, the idea that conversion therapy exists is it implies that there is something wrong with you that needs to be fixed, which is definitely not the case. Former Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole allowed it to pass unopposed, even though some of his MPs wanted to vote against it, a decision that was a source of some tension at the time. A policy criminalizes discredited practices of trying to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. We believe that parents have a right to arrange for body-affirming talk therapy for their gender-confused child. And we oppose the federal conversion therapy ban, which criminalizes parents for doing so, the proposed resolution read. Yeah, gender-confused child. They're not the confused ones. It's usually the parents that are confused. The main sponsors, Jack Foneska, Director of Political Operations and Anti-Abortion Group, Campaign Life Coalition, said the change needed to crack down on what he called woke school teachers, who he alleged were encouraging gender transitions. Never a thing. Never a thing. While a very narrow majority of delegates, 52%, voted in favor of opposing the ban, it failed to get double majority, which requires resolutions to be passed not only by a majority of delegates, but also majorities in more than half the provinces and 3 territories, which are counted as one jurisdiction. A majority of delegates from Manitoba, Quebec, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador, Prince Edward Island, and the territories stood against the call to restore a lax approach due to practice that many, too, as LGBTQ plus people who have been subjected to it, say it was traumatizing. So it did not pass, but the popular vote was in favor of bringing back conversion therapy. But it did not pass. A proposed policy to strike the party's commitment to not enact laws restricting abortion failed to make it to the convention floor because it didn't draw enough support in smaller breakout sessions that narrowed down the list of would-be policies. So they will absolutely come after the right of a person to choose what happens to their body. It's, from the sounds of it, it's just they were bickering over which law, and because they couldn't figure out how to remove those rights, it didn't quite make it to the convention floor to be voted on. So we already went over strong approval for self-defense policy. We kind of touched on that already. Let's see. Members demand more say over who runs for the party. That would be nice if members had more say over who runs for the party. I'm talking to you, NDP. Earlier Saturday, delegates debated changes to the party's constitution. Grassroots conservatives demanded more say over who runs for the party. 2/3 of the delegates on hand agreed to give local officials the right to interview all prospective candidates for the nomination and recommend to the National Candidate Selection Committee who should be able to run. The national organ the national organ should only be able to override local decisions in exceptional circumstances, and there will be an appeal mechanism according to a constitutional change adopted by the convention. That would actually be a good thing. It would be a good thing. To stop the party from giving a leg up to favored candidates for a particular nomination, delegates also demanded that the prospective Conservative Party nominees be given local memberships lists at the same time. All parties should be actually doing this. I agree with this, actually. The party list is a crucial document. It's what candidates use to focus their campaigns on members who are actually expected to vote, which saves time and resources. Delegates also voted through a plan to publish a national nomination schedule for all electoral districts, tweaked to prevent the party from calling meetings unexpectedly to benefit one particular candidate. The constitutional change comes after Poilievre himself said Friday that elections teach us lessons, like, for example, the need to hold earlier and open nominations, to have more local autonomy, to empower our local riding associations. They're the backbone of our organization. I actually agree with them on stuff. See? I know how to reach across the aisle. I can do this. Build bridges and stuff. No, I want this because then we'll have better candidates for the NDP. We can skip over where the accusations from some members, like where this amendment comes from, because it'd be very similar to what we have here. In another Ontario riding, so just more people saying that they were not allowed to run because the party establishment swooped in and said, nah, we have a preferred candidate, even though the riding association has no interest in them. Funny, though, that the CBC just barely touched on this. Conservatives just voted to scrap CBC. It raised $2 billion and costs $1.4 billion. We are $41 million. It reaches $20 million monthly. We spend less on it than the rest of the G7. It has the highest media trust score. While we defend Canada, Conservatives defund Canada. Yeah. Anyway, so that is it for federal news. I'm sure there will be more coming. And so then we're going to get into some provincial news, talking about the separation issues and some racism issues. And then we'll get into Ontario, and Ontario is a very long docket. And how long have I been? It's only been like almost 2.5 hours I've been at this, but I have a lot of catching up to do. So I'll try to scooch through the rest of it faster than normal, but gotta check the SandBox. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, lots of people talking about restaurants. Can skip over that. Boku was kidding. Sorry, Sandy. I don't know what you were kidding about. What were you kidding about? Many doctors, the Western world is getting increasingly censored. Absolutely. Ah, right. I remember reading that, so I can scooch past that. Have I said hello, Sassy Sasa? If not, hello. Welcome to the SandBox. I wish the decisions of any politician made sense. It's like they really do have Fana syndrome. Well, it makes sense if you look at it from the perspective of who they're making the policy for. It's not for us. It's for the corporations and the wealthy few. It's for capitalism. And when you look at it from that perspective, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, we can skip past all the restaurant talk. Sassy Sasa, Canada, Russian become America too. We're not going to be the 51st state, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean. We're closer than people think. Soul Life, let the people see Sandy chew. No one wants to see me chew, especially something as crunchy as this. We're coming at Easter. Easter is my favorite candy holiday. There's just so much that comes out at Easter that you can't get any time of the year that I absolutely love. And oh, these are scrumptious. These are so scrumptious. And I finished eating all of them, and I'm very disappointed that I have an empty bag now. But they're so scrumptious, and I go crazy over them. But then I had some mini eggs that I pretty much forgot I had. And so I still have some from last year. Because after Easter, I would go and find all the sales, like where they're discounted by 50%, and stock up and spend like so much money on it. But then that's like chocolate for a year for me, because I don't binge eat chocolate and things of that sort. So like I still have, it's a 1 pound Reese Santa Claus that was given to me as a gift. And I just finally finished going through the rest of some of the Christmas chocolate that this person gave me. And so I was like, now I can start eating that one. I haven't even touched it yet because there's so much that I had to get through. But I do tend to space it out, which is nice because then I always have a sweet bite of something around. And I do have a sweet tooth. I don't have a sour tooth, but I do have a sweet tooth. John Martinez, I cook about 70% of what I eat, made from healthy It's made me healthy physically. Love cooking. It's fun as hell. Oh, I wish I had that, but I'm not a good cook and I don't like cooking. But I wish I had that. Sassy Sasa, kids have accidentally walked into my home on multiple occasions through the years. Yeah. Well, not too long ago, I tried to get into my friend's apartment here because if I come up the wrong staircase and I'm not thinking, I think his door is my door. Because they all look the same. I'm not paying attention to the numbers. I know where it is by location. And so I get flipped around. But yeah, there's lots of cases of people breaking in that meant no harm. And some people who it was a complete accident and all this sort of stuff. And the idea that you should just be allowed to kill them, you know, suddenly your home becomes the purge whenever somebody comes into your place it's not good. And there are hundreds, maybe even thousands of people in the United States that are dead that shouldn't be because of laws like this. And also their access to guns. Moonmai once made a mistake on the floor I was on and walked into a man's apartment instead of my friend's apartment on the floor below. If the castle law had been passed, the man could have shot me for that. Yeah. I think that's happened to most people. Like there was one apartment building I lived in where the front door, so like the front door, but then we all had our own doors, was smashed in. I was actually kind of shocked that I didn't hear it because, you know, it had a pretty thick deadbolt on it. Like it would have taken significant force to break it down, to actually smash through that door. And somebody did. And then nothing else was touched. And I think it's because the building next to ours looked exactly like ours. And the building next to ours housed a lot of students. And so my guess is one of those students was drunk off their ass, went to the wrong building, and got pissed off that his key wasn't working in the big door. And so he forced it open, smashed it open, made a few steps in, looked around and said, "Oh, fuck, I'm in the wrong building," and went out. Like, should that person have been killed for doing a mistake? I'm sure everyone has a story like that, of doing it themselves or having it done to them. John Martinez, let me guess, Canada also uses undocumented immigrants to do jobs most people feel they are above doing. That's a conservative way, 100%, exploit the vulnerable. There's actually been a report that the way that foreign workers are used here is akin to slavery. There's been an actual report on that. Let's see. It would help if I could spell. No, fuck the AI. Minus AI. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So this is from the United Nations. UN experts sound alarm over contemporary forms of slavery in Canada. Migrant workers at risk. There's an actual report about it here. And we're just about to touch on the racism here in Canada that also exists. Let's see. Sassy Sass says. So you can defend your home, but you can't defend your body against unwanted fetuses? Yep. Stand my ground. There's something occupying my body. I don't want it to. Let's see. Yes, everyone go to live chat, not top chat. John Martinez, I do find that the ones that have been sitting in my cupboard for a year aren't as good as they are fresh, the mini eggs. But some of my favorite Easter candy, it just doesn't come around anymore. There is, you could buy them in 3 packs, and they were peanut butter chocolate eggs, not Reese. It was a different brand completely, and they only ever came around at Easter. And so you buy them in a 3-pack, gold foil, about the size of the Cadbury eggs. And it just had the most perfect balance of peanut butter and chocolate. Oh, they were so good. But Reese's pretty much pushed any other form of peanut butter and chocolate out of the market. And so the only other types of peanut butter and chocolate you can get are like really disgusting dollar store level peanut butter and chocolate, which is just, it is not all peanut butter and chocolate is good. And it is just, there's something wrong with it. But there used to be a variety of peanut butter chocolate stuff out there, like peanut butter chocolate wafer cookies. Oh, they were so good. But everything got pushed out of the market because Reese came in. Reese is good, but I like variety. I love my peanut butter and chocolate. Boku has a sweaty tooth. I have a sweet tooth and a fish and chips tooth and a TGIF Jack Daniel's scrimp tooth and a Parmacore tooth. Well, you have lots of teeth then, Boku. Okay. Boku, oh yeah, why isn't this on this space? It's because this is my channel. I'll probably raid this space when we're done if it's still going on. Yes, peanut butter M&Ms. Oh, they're so good, John. I do have a few that I got from Bulk Barn to munch on. After this. Anyway, still have a ton to get through, so should probably get to it. So, racism in Canada. It's a thing. It's a problem. It's a big thing. So, hundreds of protesters at UBC, University of British Columbia, confront one BC leader, Dallas Brody, for being a residential school denier.
Chaotic scene out at UBC today as a raucous crowd of protesters confronted one BC leader, Dallas Brody, and a group of her supporters. Brody was attempting to speak outside the Indian Residential School History and Dialogue Center, but was shouted down by the crowd. The protesters were calling out her group for spreading residential school denialism. One of her associates, fired Mount Royal University professor Francis Widdowson, was seen being carried away by Vancouver police. Brody says an industry has been created on false claims about what happened at the Kamloops residential school.
All of this reaction here is so crazy.
How she is allowed to be an elected official is just disgusting. And how much attention she gets and stuff. It's people like her shouldn't be allowed to hold office. If you are denying the atrocities that this country did, then you're not competent enough to be a leader. You're not, you're not willing to accept truth. It's just, there should be barriers to entry that aren't financial. And accepting that residential schools were genocide here in Canada should be something that should be agreed upon. It should be part of, like, I don't know, a checklist that you must be able to agree on this in order to run for leadership in this country. Same as, like, everyone has equal rights. To us LGBTQ plus people have equal rights. Conversion therapy is bad. Like, you should be able to check off, like, the fundamental human rights that Canada claims to respect in order to run for leadership.
Because why can't we just talk about it? What we really should have is a debate going on inside a forum at UBC where we can hear both sides of this story.
There is no both sides of this. It happened.
This isn't about free speech, it's about hate.
I think it's about truth.
Police were also called when Brody and her supporters held an unsanctioned event at the University of Victoria in December.
Yeah. Don't automatically play shit on me. There we go. And I don't think we need to read over any of this because we just watched it. And it's not just BC that has issues of racism. It's across the country, but in particular, Quebec. So 9 years after a mosque attack, paralyzed survivor says Quebec's secularism laws hinder progress. Now I'm touching on this also for another reason that we're about to get to in the next tab. But advocates pan several pieces of legislation they say target Muslims. Nearly a decade after being shot several times at the Islamic Culture Center in Sainte-Foy neighborhood of Quebec City, Aman is forced to focused on the small wins. He can move his finger on his right hand and make his own coffee, but is now strong enough to grab his laptop. Aman was paralyzed from the chest down after a gunman opened fire in his mosque on January 29th, 2017, killing 6 men and injuring 19. Sitting in his living room in his motorized wheelchair, Aman calls some of the improvements little things, but they represent major steps in his recovery. One of the bullets struck him the night of the attack remains lodged in his spine, too dangerous to remove. He says he's one of the lucky ones who made it out. He had been near the mosque's entrance when the gunman opened fire. Rushing towards the shooter in an attempt to destabilize him, he was shot several times, but still tried to get back up. I thought that was the end, he recalled. When I woke up in the hospital, in the beginning, I thought the hospital was heaven. 9 years later, he's focused on his family, community, and advocacy, particularly at a time when he says Islamophobia is surging in the province in the wake of several pieces of legislation reinforcing secularism in Quebec. Fighting Islamophobia is my duty, he said. I have to raise my voice. So following the attack, he expected less Islamophobia and more tolerance. As an advocate in his community, he says he's witnessed the opposite. He still reads hateful comments online and words spreading ignorance. He says the secularism laws introduced in Quebec over the past few years under the Coalition Avenir Quebec, or CAQ, government determined efforts to foster understanding. In November, CAQ tabled another bill aimed at strengthening secularism. Bill 9, titled An Act Respecting the Reinforcement of Laicity in Quebec, sets to build on two previous secularism laws passed under Premier François Legault. I know reference frame, you are laughing your ass off at me right now. It would put limits on public prayers in parks and inside public institutions and extend the ban on religious symbols to work in subsidized daycare. Oh yeah, and the Wild West. You're both just laughing your asses off at me, aren't you? Anyway, this comes in addition to Bill 94 adopted last year, which extended the province's ban on religious symbols to everyone who interacts with students in schools. Bill 21 passes in 2019, prohibits public school teachers, government lawyers, judges, and police officers from wearing religious symbols while at work. In a video addressed in 2019, responding to criticisms on Bill 21, Legault said it was time to nail down the rules on religious symbols. You think crucifixes underneath the clothing will get anyone in trouble? Some people will say that we are going too far. Some will say we aren't going far enough. In reality, this bill is moderate, just like Quebecers, he said at the time. To the person speaking earlier, it's clear these are Islamophobic laws. The effect of this type of legislation on his community are tangible, he says, and even the impact on the widows and children of the men who died in the attack. I would like to know what the problem of seeing women wearing a veil. What could be the problem? Where is the freedom? He questioned. All the freedoms in Canada, we don't see them in Quebec. It's like we are living on an island. At the end of November, Jean-François Roberge, Quebec's minister responsible for secularism, said that when the state is neutral, Quebecers are free. He also rejected the suggestion from a reporter that religious minorities were unfairly targeted with Bill 9. Yes, yes, when we tell you what you cannot be wearing, you're free. Because that's us being neutral, but saying you can't wear this. We have the same rules applying to everyone, he said. So we don't lose hope. Mohammed, president of Islamic Center, says that there are laws encouraging some community members to move out of the province. The more restrictions impact religious groups, the more it encourages those who have a xenophobic attitude to go even further, he said. There is a risk of things spiraling out of control at any time due to these laws, which promote xenophobia or racism, he said at the news conference in Quebec City on Wednesday. Okay, so I'm saying this because the party responsible for these laws is probably going to lose the next election, partly because Legault is stepping down as leader, as premier of Quebec. So Legault announced Wednesday he would step down for the good of the party and primarily for the good of Quebec, following months of plunging poll numbers and several high-profile cabinet departures. His right of center party, which won 2 consecutive majority governments, advanced a so-called third way, a nationalistic agenda that set aside the decades-old debate over Quebec independence. In a year-end review last month in which he insisted he would stay on for the next election, Legault said he didn't think the PQ's lead in the polls would last. Well, they did. People will understand that Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon is synonymous with a referendum, and we don't want that, he told Radio-Canada. He said the PQ election victory would lead to 4 years of anticipation of a referendum, which would create the type of uncertainty that would damage the province's economy. Basically, what he is talking about, because I wanted to do the second part of this article first, PQ leader says Legault's resignation, further evidence of need for independent Quebec. Yes. We'll be talking about the separation movement in Alberta, but there's been one in Quebec, and it's about to be reignited. Yay! The only reason why these movements get steam is because the leaders, they fuel the engine of it for their own political gains. This isn't helpful, and again, it's not doable. You can't just, close your eyes, like squish your eyes closed and wish really hard and say that this can happen when it can't, when the provinces don't own the land, and a lot of this land is still being held by Indigenous groups who, no, their deals are with the Crown. They're not with the provinces. There's just so many reasons why this can't happen realistically. What currency would you use? Would you need a passport? What about funding? Would they need their own military? Like, there's just so many. It's not easy to run a country and to suddenly section off and then have what? So you now have your federal. Now, do you have broken provinces within the province? Are you breaking that up? Who's funding it? What about the Healthcare Act? What about the CPP? What about, military and all of this sort of stuff, industry, trade negotiations with other countries all around you? Like, it's not doable, realistically speaking, no matter how much you might want it. It's best to work within the system to get what you want for your province. So Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon has promised to hold a referendum if his party wins this year's election. The leader of the Parti Québécois says Francis Legault's resignation is proof that trying to build a strong Quebec within Canada does not work. At his first news conference since Legault stepped down on Wednesday, Paul Pierre Plamont praised Legault for his commitment to province, but Pierre Plamont said his departure signals it is time for change in the government and an independent Quebec. You can change the person, but the facts remain the same, Pierre Plamont said in Quebec City. Many things can happen before a general election, but I think the conclusions about whether CAQ has achieved what it promised remains the same whether François Legault is there or not. He said the coalition, or CAQ, was elected on promise to do away with the never-ending political battles with Ottawa, but Legault wasn't able to resolve them. No. Pierre Plamont, whose party has been leading in opinion polls for the better part of 2 years, has pledged to hold a referendum if the Parti Québécois wins the October 5th election. 5. Pierre Plamont also criticized Prime Minister Mark Carney for his agreement with China, which allowed tens of thousands of Chinese electric vehicles into the domestic market in exchange for dropping duties on canola products. I'm butchering this. He said the party should maintain strong ties with the United States, even if it means having access to cheap EVs. Not having access. No access to cheap EVs. An independent Quebec would have a very different stance on China because our priority would be to serve regional economic and security interests way before trying that kind of tactic, he said, adding that China has been interfering with our democracy. Anyway, I don't need to go. You get it, that my French accent sucks. I know. But the last thing we need is another province making this the whole... making it their whole thing, separating from Canada, because it's a headache, and all it does is distract from the province being torn apart, because, the healthcare is crumbling in Alberta, all this sort of stuff that's not being paid attention to. The rights of trans folks and queer folks are being absolutely stripped away in Alberta, and people aren't paying attention to that because it's all about the separation talk. Speaking of which, Mark Carney won't say if he thinks Alberta's separatist meeting with the Trump administration is a foreign interference, but Doug Ford and David Eby pulled no punches, with Eby calling it treason. Yes, the United States is getting involved with the separation issue because they want to destabilize Canada. They want it to break apart because then it's easier for them to take it over. It's like, oh yeah, we'll totally support Alberta being its own separate state. Just do it, Alberta. Go ahead, do it. Separate. We'll help you do it. And then once you're all destabilized like that, we'll swoop in and take it over and get all your resources.
Ottawa's Team Canada message bringing peace with the premiers.
We had a great day today with the Prime Minister.
After years of attacking the Liberals under Justin Trudeau, Mark Carney's focus on the U.S. has brought the provinces on board. But despite the pleasantries, there were no concrete results Thursday, only the promise of more meetings.
We will work to renew Canada's most important economic and security relationship, that with the United States.
That relationship taking another hit, with the Trump administration getting involved in a potential Alberta separation referendum.
My family in Alberta.
As one of the organizers told Global News in December.
I think as some people know, we've been going to regular meetings in the United States with members of the Trump administration at a very senior level, and we've had very frank conversations.
And sign in that box right there.
The Financial Times now reporting 3 meetings have taken place between the separatists and the Trump administration, with the Alberta Prosperity Project.
We're not even talking about this own independent group that might want to support. We're talking about official United States government, the Trump administration, interfering, getting involved with the affairs within Canada. This is not okay. It's not okay. This is foreign interference 100%.
Taking another meeting to ask for a $500 billion credit facility to help bankroll the province if they win the referendum. News that fired up some premiers.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Trump administration, can you give us $500 billion to help us separate? Would you mind? Huh? Doing us a solid like that? Down you go, sweetie. Oh, you're too heavy. And you're too furry. Your fur keeps getting in my makeup. There we go.
To go to a foreign country and to ask for assistance in breaking up Canada, there's an old-fashioned word for that. And that word is treason.
This is an opportunity for Premier Smith to stand up and say enough is enough. And either you're with Canada or you're not with Canada.
Alberta's premier didn't do that, again, not denouncing the separatist movement or their actions.
I've always been clear that me and our United Conservative Caucus are supportive of a strong and sovereign Alberta with.
These types of conversations need to be shut down at the top. Like, absolutely 100% full stop. The fact that she keeps on engaging with it, that she keeps on egging it on, that she keeps on saying, well, if they decide. No, it should be a hard fucking no on this. For, again, I've been over it so many times on this channel. It's not doable. And all she's doing is stoking rage and animosity with the people in Alberta who feel like they're being treated unfairly and all this sort of stuff. When the reality is they're all hurting primarily because of the policies that she's pushing through. Their economy is hurting because of her. Their healthcare is hurting because of her. Their education is hurting because of her. Not because of, Alberta's relationship with the federal government, which is doing just fine, I might add, especially after the MOU was signed. Mark Carney is more than happy to push those pipelines through on Alberta's behalf.
In a united Canada.
Alberta separation has not come up in conversations with Donald Trump, according to the Prime Minister, but he wouldn't say if the Canadian government has raised the issue with the Americans.
Expect the U.S. administration to respect Canadian sovereignty. I'm always clear in my conversation with President Trump.
Other provinces taking a more lighthearted approach.
All this referendum talk makes me want to have a referendum too, except in Manitoba, the question is going to be, do you want to stay a part of Canada? And the two choices are going to be yeah and heck yeah.
And it's not just Alberta. Ontario Premier Doug Ford saying he hopes the Parti Québécois, who are leading in the polls, don't win Quebec's provincial election in October, saying it would be unacceptable for them to follow through on their promise to call a Quebec separation referendum. Mackenzie Gray, Global News, Ottawa.
And also Danielle Smith has gone out of her way and done so many different things to allow this referendum, or is pushing to have this referendum happen, even though in so many ways she's been usurped on that topic, because there was somebody who pushed for a referendum on to have Alberta stay in Canada. And because they beat her to the punch on that one, they shouldn't be allowed to, you're not allowed to have two opposing referendums on the same topic at the same time. But she's pushing through laws to make sure that can happen and all this sort of stuff. It's a whole lot of bullshit. She's absolutely catering to the separatist movement for her own political whims. So more from this CTV News. High-level Alberta separatist group won't confirm which members of Trump's administration it met with. While Alberta separatist groups confirms its meeting with U.S. officials over the past year, its leaders won't say which members U.S. President Donald Trump's administration have spoken with directly. We're meeting at a very high level, Alberta Prosperity Project legal counsel Jeffrey Rath said in an interview with CTV's Question Period airing Sunday. When asked by host Vasi Kalops whether those officials would be recognizable to Canadians, Rath said probably, but would not confirm whether Stephen Miller, Trump's Homeland Security advisor, was among them. Possibly. That, and we have a little clip from, what's his name? Steve Bannon, to play later on. Rath did say, however, that Trump has not been part of those meetings. We have an agreement with the people we're meeting that we're not disclosing the identities of the people we're meeting with, Rath said. Let's see, do I really need to? I don't think we need to go over more of this. We just heard it in the video. Let's see. So CBC Watcher had tweeted this out. It's just more about Danielle Smith being like all coy about it. I believe in a sovereign Alberta within a united Canada federal government, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I want to have all the benefits of being part of Canada, but none of the responsibilities. We get to keep the currency and the passports and the military and the CPP, the Canada Pension Plan and all that sort of stuff. We get to keep the money that the federal government is sending us, but then we just get to do whatever the fuck we want. It's not how it works.
Who is working every single day. A little bit about separatism. Is it appropriate, do you think, for members?
I'm just going to speed this one up a bit because it's a little bit longer than what I normally like to play. Actually, let's see how bad it is at 1.5.
Of the Alberta Prosperity Group to meet with officials from the Trump administration and to discuss money.
Well, I would put it the other way. I mean, I think that it is up to the American administration to respect Canadian sovereignty and to respect that this is a decision that should be made in Alberta by Albertans, and that if they have any official discussions, it would be with those who have been.
Yeah, they should be respecting that this is a decision from Albertans by Albertans. So, but please still give us a $500 billion to do it.
Elected to represent the people.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of undermines you, does it not?
Well, I guess I don't feel so because I have a really good relationship.
Oh, so these people who are not Albertans coming in from a foreign country to do all this stuff, it's not undermining what I just said. Yeah, it is.
With the U.S. ambassador. I've got an envoy in Ottawa as well as in Washington who is working every single day to build those relationships. And so we're doing a lot of work on the ground every day, meeting with lots of people.
Did you talk to, I think you met with Ambassador Huckster last week. Did you say something to him about how you would like him to, the administration to follow the proper channels when discussing this issue?
It didn't come up. But I did talk to my James Carpenter after I saw that it was in the news. I did talk to James Carpenter, who is my Ottawa representative, and he is, and I asked him to raise it with the ambassador, as well as my envoy in Washington to raise it with them in the U.S.
Other premiers had a lot to say about this. Premier Ford said you should denounce it, and you did not do that.
Well, you know, there's a lot of hurt people here. I mean, we have, when I look at the movement,
yeah, there are hurt people in every province. Again, she's the one that's hurting them for the most part. Why don't you talk about how to actually help them as opposed to say, yeah, just chop it off. Just, we'll separate, we'll be better on our own. When, no, you won't. Like what that would do to their economy, what that would do to their trade, their standard of living, everything would plummet. This isn't something that you can just snap your fingers and do to suddenly create a country.
I see as 30% or more of Albertans have given up on the country. That's distressing, and that is a sign, I think, of a loss of hope. And it's my job to restore hope. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to demonize a million.
Not demonize them, but why can't you say this is the path
million
forward?
Albertans? I just feel like it's my job to allow for a bit of a pressure release valve. If people feel this way, they need an avenue to be able to express it. So I'm going to watch and see how the petition plays out. We'll know by the end of May if they have enough signatures to go to a vote, and if so, then
Yeah, and again, it's like she's trying to claim, well, I'm not encouraging it, but you're not discouraging it either. Like, you should be a strong leader right now and saying, no, we should be part of Canada. We should be working with the government. We should be doing all this. It's just she knows if she says it, she won't remain as leader. So this is just completely selfish move on her part.
Then we'll schedule that probably for the fall.
That seems risky. That seems risky to me, particularly at a time when there are real threats to our sovereignty that are coming from the outside.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you have the same conversation in Quebec where they're about to elect a Parti Québécois leader. I think it's far more risky.
I ask questions there too.
I think it's far more risky to have this question drag on for years. If this is an acute issue that we're facing because of the last 10 years of being treated so badly by Trudeau, if there is a new government, there's a sort of a recognition of whether or not he's moving in the right direction. I think he's doing many things in the right direction. I think he'll do a lot more with the help of a strong opposition leader. But that to me is a demonstration of why there's some urgency. We've got to.
Okay, we don't need to watch the whole thing. She's just now talking about the MOU that they signed. So, of course, she likes Carney better and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, part of the reason why David Eby, the Premier of BC, is concerned about this is, and this was an issue back with Quebec when they wanted to separate, is what would happen to the Maritimes then? Because they're now separated from a large part of the country, too. They have like a foreign country in the middle, barrier type thing. It becomes problematic for all the other provinces of the country. And so basically it would start to shatter the entire country, and it would all become like smaller countries within the borders of Canada, which would just make it a lot easier for the United States to take over. Because that's the United States' ultimate goal here, is to take it over, which is just. And she is just playing right into them because she wants to remain as leader. That's it. And so Mark Carney has a 17-second bit where he's like,
I fully associate myself with Premier Smith's comments just then. We expect the U.S. administration to respect Canadian sovereignty. I'm always clear in my conversation with President Trump to that effect, and then move on to what we can do together. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see, I'll skip over those ones. And so here again is just the quality of leader. So this is the leader of the separatist movement in Alberta. And the fact that, you know, CTV is platforming him this way and just allowing him to say this utter bullshit is mind-boggling. It's like when they allow Zionists on and go unchallenged when they're saying how everyone in Gaza deserves to be eliminated.
Like, do you think...
Okay, it's nowhere near that bad, but, you know, it just goes to show the integrity of the hosts, that they have none.
Like, do you think they want what's good for you and people who support your cause, or do you think that they're trying to leverage this to get the upper hand against the country of Canada as a whole?
I've studied foreign policy at the university level. I have an honors degree in political science, and I have an honors degree in law from the London School of Economics.
I would like Cam James to check out his degrees to see how authentic they are.
You think that Communist Ottawa is leveraging Communist China against Alberta? I mean, come on.
Communist Ottawa is leveraging Communist China over Alberta? And do you think she will challenge him on, it's like, well, I wouldn't really call Ottawa communist now. No, she just lets him say this vile bullshit and doesn't challenge him. Doesn't, like, she challenges him, but not so much on that. But it again, this is the quality of the leader that they have, the amount of propaganda that he's spewing in order, again, this is his own personal agenda. This is somehow going to enrich him if Alberta were to separate, and he just wants that power.
Is leveraging Communist China against Alberta? I mean, come on. I mean, you know, we live in the world of realpolitik.
But you don't mind being a pawn in that fight?
We're not a pawn. I mean, we're talking to them about our aspirations, and we have our goals and objectives. So,
yeah, we're not a pawn to the Americans trying to do this. Oh, you're not asking me about the communists? Okay, yeah, but we're not a pawn.
You know, we're not a pawn. We're actually more like a rook or a queen on a chessboard, moving forward in the direction that we want to move freely on the board. You know, the pawns are the provincial premiers like Danielle Smith that are being manipulated by Carney and Eby and Communist China to do their globalist bidding, you know, as far as I'm concerned.
Like, do you think they want what...
And so a little bit from the people who are trying to get involved. So Bissett pushes Albertan independence from Canada. Albertans are very independent people. There's a rumor that they may have a referendum on whether they want to stay in Canada. People are talking about, well, we'll watch the clip. But the Serbs just pointing out the Alberta separation movement is U.S.-funded colonization project.
In the U.S., more than our northern neighbor.
That's even with all the oil and the natural resources coming out of Canada. Texas is still larger.
Well, look, Alberta is a wealth of natural resources, but they won't let them build a pipeline to the Pacific. I think we should let them.
That would also be partly because of, you know, British Columbia and all the indigenous communities that are opposing it. It's not just that, oh, the Prime Minister won't allow this pipeline, which actually he will. Yeah, no. Alberta becoming separate actually would make it harder to do that than easier.
Come down into the U.S., and Alberta is a natural partner for the U.S. They have great resources. The Albertans are very independent people. Rumors that they may have a referendum on whether they want to stay in Canada or not.
Sounds like you may know something up there.
People are saying, people are talking. People are talking. People want sovereignty. They want what the U.S. has got. Because when I look at Europe, how...
You know what? I don't want what the U.S. got. I'm okay not having the U.S. Way of life. I'm good. I'd much rather be Canadian than American. I have my issues with this country, no doubt about it, hence my YouTube channel, but I'd much rather be here and Canadian than be in the United States and anything.
How can they have sovereignty? They don't have immigration sovereignty. They've let their borders be overrun. They don't have economic sovereignty. They are dependent on China, and they do not have a security sovereignty because they are so far behind on defense and rare earths. They need to live under the U.S. security umbrella, and we are happy to have them in the umbrella. President Trump has asked them to contribute a fair amount, the allocated amount that they are to NATO.
And speaking of Steve Bannon, Surf's pointing out this is just going to be used as a precursor for an invasion. And I don't need to read this because it is played in here.
What President Trump's argument to Canada is, and they just kind of blew it off, but when he talks about defense, what he's making the point on the Arctic is that Canada is kind of like Ukraine, right? The Chinese and the Russians are up there, and they see the undefended northern territories of Canada. They're going to take a bite. The Canadians got to understand something.
They already are.
Other than Taiwan, which country is threatened by China? Like actually invading? How much has China actually been in, bombing other countries? The United States has, Israel has, Canada has participated, selling them weapons, and is also involved. But how many countries has China bombed recently? Yeah. I'm more worried about the Americans on our border than I am about China. By everything. I'm not worried about China at all.
They're going to intrude in your territory, and they're going to dare you to do anything about it, and you're going to turn to Big Brother. Go ahead.
We're getting Alberta is the linchpin. So when Trump says Canada's going to be the 51st state, he's speaking, he's vamping, he's having a little fun. But what he's really saying, because I know a lot of the guys in charge of the Albertan separatist movement or their prosperity movement, Alberta, they've already met twice now with the State Department. The Albertans are ready to vote in the next 6 months. They're getting out of the Canadian Union. They're going to become an independent state.
Even if they vote in favor for it, which is a stretch because it's not a majority of Albertans that want to leave, so it's just a matter of who gets out to the polls. Even if they were to vote in favor for it, it doesn't mean it's going to happen, because it can't.
Country, we're going to recognize them, and that's going to put...
And then, of course, if they do vote in favor of separation, but they can't, then the United States is just going to get even more involved by saying, oh, well, we're just defending the sovereignty of the Albertans by bombing the rest of Canada.
Them on the pathway to becoming the 51st state. And here's why that's important. Alberta has a bevy of untapped rare earth minerals. They have the world's largest geothermal energy sources.
And that's what it's all about.
They have some of the world's largest natural gas and oil deposits. So when Trump says Canada is becoming the 51st state, he's really talking about Alberta. And that's important because that's a gateway to the Arctic. Greenland is another gateway to the Arctic. So when we talk about hemispheric defense, we're not just talking about Latin America. We're talking about the polar regions too, Steve, and how they all link together.
Also, just a little bit of geography here. Alberta doesn't reach to the top. There's the territories, Northwest Territories. Does Yukon overlap with Alberta? But the territories, there's a lot of Canadian territory. It's not Alberta straight to Russia. There's the territories in between, so it's not a clean shot all the way through. But again, just to point out, Sean Amado is pointing out, some chiefs are calling Alberta's premier to resign, alleging Danielle Smith has conspired with separatists to violate treaty rights. I hope you have your bags packed because when this... Well, he says that at the end, and I'll let him say it at the end. But again, a lot of this land is indigenous. And the treaties they have were made with the crown, not with the province. Alberta, most of all, the land in Alberta cannot just be taken by the province and moved into a new country because it's not their land.
Danielle Smith and the UCP government do the right thing and resign immediately. Because from here on in forward, the road is going to get rocky and rough.
Daniel Smith has conspired with the separatists through Bill 14. The Premier changed the law after the court told her it was a breach of our treaties to proceed this way.
So Premier Smith and the UCP cabinet, I hope you have your bags packed, because when this referendum is defeated, I will gladly walk you to the border. Danielle Smith and the UCP.
Damn, yeah. It's just, they're making this the center of conversation, of focus in the province when their health care needs to be taken care of. You know, it's crumbling. The rights being stripped away from trans and queer folk. Their education, all of this stuff that is just absolutely being obliterated in Alberta, making the quality of life there so much worse for people. You know, the things that Danielle Smith is doing to Alberta that is harming their economy, all of that. None of that is the focus, just this separation talk that is being driven by financial aid from the United States, which, you know, if you're getting another foreign entity involved, that is treasonous. Okay, let's go to the SandBox, and then we have Ontario. And it's a long docket, and I just kind of want to hammer through it because I still, you know, I'm getting caught up on a lot of stuff, and I just want to, there's so much important stuff that I just want to, but I think we can just kind of hit on a bunch of these because they're just following up of stories that I've been continuously covering. So it's not like I think I need to read the entire article or anything. And then we'll call it a night and unwind and do whatever. Okay, so let's check the SandBox, see what people are up to. See, this is where I take a lot of time. Yes, I like catberry eggs, big cat. Easter is my favorite candy holiday. Let's see. Oh, right, I read all that. Okay, so I can scroll down. Okay. Great New Hope. If somebody is trying to assault you in your own home, you can defend yourself. You can. Even here in Canada, you can. You don't need the castle law for that. You can. And you can use even lethal force to do it if needed. That is, you're allowed to do that in Canada and not get charged. It's just if you were to then hit the attacker over the head and they fall to the floor unconscious, you're then not allowed to go to your kitchen, pull out a butcher knife, and cut his head off. John Martinez, she shouldn't be anywhere in the public eye, denying my people's genocide is fucked up to the core, talking about Dallas Brody. Brody is in my book. Brody is her, but Brody is in my book. Oh, a character in my book, and I think about him a lot because he's a really big character in sequels. For those who have read my book and are wondering, he's going to be back in a big way. Can't wait to get back to my book. Oh my god, oh my god. Let's see. And hello, Great New Hope. Welcome to the SandBox. Should have said that first, sorry. Hello, Major Parker was taken. Welcome to the SandBox. I always welcome people to the SandBox until you give me a reason to not welcome you. Let's see. Talking about a movie I don't know anything about. So life sugar is the honey of plants. I don't think so, because honey kind of comes from plants because bees make it, and that's because of the stuff that they get from the plants. So wouldn't honey be kind of from plants in a way? And the reference frame was absolutely laughing at me in my French accent. Well, can't really say it was a French accent because Quebec, and like if you look at Quebec accent versus like France accent, very different accents. And I very much do like the Quebec accent much more than the France accent. The France accent seems a little bit more pretentious, you know, a little prissy, whereas the Quebec accent is a lot more harsh, and I like harsher accents. Just wish I could do it a little bit more justice than that. Sassy Sassa. Yes. I'm speaking with the Quebec accent. Oui, oui, oui. I used to be able to do the accent a lot better than I am doing now, eh? I used to be able to just nail the France and Quebec accents. The France accent is a little bit more je ne sais quoi, a little it sounds more British. Yeah, I'm John Martinez. I'm not, like, when it comes to Canada as a nation, if it were to change, it's not like I care about what happens to the people in the nation, but in this day and age, it is so hard. Like, I agree with you. It is so hard to really, the way that our economy is set up, trade relations, all of that sort of stuff, the way our systems are integrated, it would be hard to just break up one of like our country and or a lot of countries like in the Western world. It would be hard to break them up just given how the system is set up. But should it somehow happen in a way that would benefit everyone, I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't be like, oh, I have to stay Canadian no matter what. But the likelihood of that happening with the way that the world is set up right now, it's not likely. It's best to just keep it as is. Like, I'm for a world with no borders type thing. But I know we're not there, and we won't be there in my lifetime, and probably many, many lifetimes after mine. So it's not like something I'm going to try to push on people. It's more about stabilizing the borders that we have right now and making sure that they don't become fascistic and taking over everyone else, and trying to force the wills of other countries onto other countries, and the whole like imperialism, colonialism thing needs to go. Needs to go. We can't. No. Yeah. I agree with you. We need to stop voting in right-wingers. Sassy Sassa. It is crazy how racism is able to easily mind control people. Like conservatives in the US are fully willing to give up on their constitutional rights to be racist. people also laughing at me for saying cock. Let's see. We need a Steve Bannon on the left. Steve Bannon has done so much for uniting the right around the world. It's ridiculous. We need, part of the reason why I wanted to do this channel was we need more cross-border solidarity on the left, because the right wing does a very good job of it, and Steve Bannon has been the main driver of that. And we need somebody on the left that can actually travel the world, go across Europe, and start building coalitions between leftist movements and more socialist movements and things of that sort. And we just don't have that. We don't have the money behind it or any of that. Yes, the Wild West. The majority of Albertans do want to stay part of Canada. It's just a matter of who gets out to the polls and all that sort of stuff. Let's see. So Great New Hope. It's not, I like the idea of open borders, but I can't say I support it right now. In my ideal world, if I could just snap my fingers, yeah, sure. But that's not the system we live in right now, and I understand that. So as much as I might like it, it's not something I'm going to push for, because there's a lot of other things that need to be dealt with first in order for it to be done in a healthy way, if that makes any sense. But I would like people to just freely be able to travel the world and have, all of their needs met, all of their rights, upheld and all of that sort of stuff, regardless of where they go, that they can move to the part of the world that best benefits them for their, sake of their culture or where they fit in, or job opportunities, family, relationships, all of that sort of stuff. We should just be able to travel freely for that. Plus, especially in places like Africa, where there was a lot of people that used to just roam freely throughout Africa, and they were forced into contained areas in these borders and stuff, and made very much into cut-off groups like that. A lot of traditional ways of living were eliminated because of borders. And this idea of having countries that are so against each other and this and that and the other thing, if you have open borders, then that wouldn't really be so much the case. But like I said, there's so much that would need to be done before we get there, that as much as I would like it, it's not something that I would just snap my fingers and say open borders right now. Because, we need to stabilize a lot of the countries that the imperialistic Western worlds have fucked up in the first place, that are causing people to flee. Ideally, the best way to not have refugees is to make it so they don't need to flee their countries. And a lot of reason why people need to flee their countries is from foreign interference from Western nations. Also, climate change is going to be another major reason why they need to flee countries and things of that sort. So ideally, to have a world without refugees is to make it so people can actually stay where they're living if they want to. But then they should be able to also go if they want to. Forcing people to stay in a country too just boggles my mind, hence North Korea or something like that. Or even in Gaza, people are forced to stay there because they can't leave. They're in a prison. It's an open air prison. The Wild West. Someone please inform the mayor that Ottawa is communist. Yes. So alive. My boss says socialism destroyed Canada. More like the lack of socialism here is destroying Canada. Yeah, I get so sidetracked in the sandbox. Great New Hope, there are currently people in this country that don't align with my beliefs. Because you're saying the thing is there will always be people with beliefs you would never want in your country. They're already here. You know, that's a societal issue. That's not a border issue. You know, if people believe in things I don't agree with, it's about shifting the culture. Because there's plenty of people in Canada that have lots of beliefs that I do not agree with. There are plenty of people in Canada that want to see people like me eliminated and dead. I don't agree with them. So they're already here. So does that mean that we get to restrict people with beliefs that I do agree with from getting in here because there are some people out there with beliefs I don't agree with? So those are like societal issues that need to be dealt with. That's not something a border can fix. Sassy Sass says, so like borders are closed between countries, but not between states and provinces. Sort of, not really. There were trading barriers in between provinces here in Canada that I think got fixed recently. But if you look at the United States, that's a very different situation where different states will have very different laws. So in Canada, criminal law is federal. So it's going to be the same across the board, whereas in the United States, not so much. And so they are starting to make it so you can't just leave a state, like especially if you're fleeing because you need to get an abortion or something of that sort. So they are actually making it so that there are borders within states as well, and making it more difficult for people to travel across borders, and there'll be border checkpoints within the states. So it's getting there. It's getting there. Anyway. Let's finish this up. So, Ontario news. We'll start not with Doug Ford, but with something that happened with the Liberal Party that I wish would happen with the NDP. There we go. So 2 years after being elected, Bonnie Crombie is no longer leader of the Ontario Liberal Party. So after the last provincial election, she lost her riding. And instead of doing what most people would do right at the time, step down and become mayor of a city, or most leaders of parties step down and become mayor of a city, she chose to stay on as Liberal leader. Well, finally, she's changed her mind on that, which is good. I believe she even, during the Liberal convention, she held on to her position as leader. But she's finally stepped down, probably because there's a city she's eyed to become mayor. And I'm joking, but that's because that's what a lot of the former leaders of parties do, is become mayor of a city. And then their true principles kind of shine out, you know, because there's Steve Del Duca, who spoke at an auction of stolen Palestinian land in a synagogue. He was speaking at one of them. And then you have Andrea Horwath, who used to be leader of the NDP, who's now the mayor of Hamilton, who, you know, turns out she's not so socialist, you know. It should be like having Mandami, you know, if the NDP was actually the people who are in that party were worth their salt, then Hamilton should be running like if Mandami was leading it, but it's not. It's more neoliberal centrist right now because she was never really of the left. She just wanted to be leader of the party. Part of the problem with the NDP. Lots of problems with the NDP. They should come on and talk to me, all the leadership hopefuls for the federal. Had to come on and talk to me, but the other three should come on. They're not getting back to... I'll have to bug them some more. They all went and spoke with Rachel Gilmore. You can go see their interviews with Rachel Gilmore, but yeah, they're not coming on to my teeny tiny channel for some reason. Anyway, let's just watch this.
When Bonnie Crombie first arrived on the provincial scene, the former mayor of Mississauga was hailed as the next premier of Ontario, a leader who potentially had broad-based appeal to take on Premier Doug Ford.
Well, on paper, she had all the qualities that you would need in order.
And my joke through the election was, you know, if I put up a picture of Bonnie Crombie and Merritt Stiles, you can't tell them apart. And that joke never got old because it was kind of true. They kind of looked alike, they acted alike, they presented in front of the camera alike, their policies were alike. They were the same person, so they split the vote because some people didn't know who they were voting for, one party or the other. They were the same person. You know, how are you going to feed the Conservatives when you're running the same campaign?
To be able to take on Doug Ford and the Progressive Conservatives effectively. But when we put her into the difficulties of political campaigning and the day-to-day politics of the province of Ontario, she really struggled.
The honeymoon didn't last long. Ford immediately went on the attack.
She was against building the 413 that is critical to Brampton and Mississauga.
While the Progressive Conservative Party blanketed the airwaves with anti-Crombie commercials.
That's why Ontario can't afford carbon tax queen Bonnie Crombie.
Then Ford called an early election, taking advantage of the Trump factor, leaving the Liberals in a distant third place. Crombie found herself without a seat and unable to dominate the 905 as promised. In an interview with Global News last September, Crombie suggested she was dealt a bad hand.
It was because we were a team of 9 independents. We didn't have the capacity, the resources, or the funding at the time to do the kinds of things we know we needed to do.
It wasn't my fault. It was everyone else's fault.
Overwhelming support at a party convention, Crombie agreed to step away from the role, but only made it official now, saying this is the right moment. Meanwhile, the Ontario Liberal Party continues to sputter. A leadership...
Anyway, we don't need to go over all of that. Just a little heads up that there's going to be another leadership race. Hopefully they get somebody who's very different than Merritt Stiles. Because I'm not against the Liberals, because if you look at New Brunswick, they elected a provincial Liberal government and they're doing quite nicely. So it is possible for the Liberals to run a province in a good way, in a good, decent way. Can't say that's happened in a long, long, long time here in Ontario. So, you know, I'm open to who they elect, but they need to be starkly different than Merritt Stiles and more progressive. People are craving it. They are craving, you know, a progressive warrior, a progressive champion. And sometimes the Liberal Party can be more progressive than the NDP, which is sad. So we'll get into Doug Ford stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I have a bunch of articles. I don't think I'm going to be touching on all of them because these are all just following up. We have housing, education, healthcare, policing, all issues that have been constant in this province since Doug Ford has gotten in. So here's Doug Ford saying, you know, housing construction sector is in an inferno along with auto manufacturing. The province is considering new legislation this spring to spur new housing development.
In the 4 years since the Ford government pledged to build 1.5 million homes in Ontario, the province's construction numbers have only plummeted. The province saw a little over 62,000 housing starts in 2025, a 13% drop from the year before.
We're seeing two massive infernos happening. One inferno is the auto sector, and the other inferno is the construction sector.
And this is 100% his fault. His party has been in power for 8 years. All of this falls on him. All of it. He can't blame it on anyone else at this point. This is all on him.
And those in the housing construction sector believe unless the government intervenes, it's only bound to get worse.
We predict 100,000 jobs will be lost in the sector across the province of Ontario. And we predict by 27 and 28, you're going to have a dearth of housing delivered to the market.
Over the course of the past year, the Ford government introduced a number of measures to spur housing construction. A tax credit for first-time home buyers, allowing developers to defer payments on municipal development charges, and...
Okay, I really just wanted to get to the housing start of that because there's more on housing. So here we have the Ford government is pausing plan to require developers to build affordable housing units near each transit system. Yes, so something that might make life easier for people living with a little less. because usually people who are living with less need to rely on transit even more than people who can afford cars.
It was sold as a measure to protect Ontario. In the spring of 2025, the Ford government amended provincial rules to ensure new housing developments had dedicated affordable housing. Even that was subject to negotiation.
I said to the Premier, we need to build housing, not all of it, but 20-30% of it people can afford. It's a perfect opportunity to do it.
So this is Olivia Chow, the mayor of Toronto, just saying, you know what, affordable housing, we should have been doing this, blah, blah, blah. Saying this because we're going to get back to her in a minute.
He said no. Announced a 5%. I had no choice. I said, okay, 5%, all right. At least it's 5%.
But Ontario's housing construction sector has stalled due to a myriad of factors, and developers have argued that the rules around inclusionary zoning serve as another hurdle.
Yes, allowing affordable housing is just, it's such a such a pain to our bottom line. You know, it hurts our profits to have affordable housing. And again, for people who don't know, the term affordable housing means 80% of market rate, which for a lot of people is still not affordable.
We're very concerned about adding costs to the any development right now. Inclusionary zoning is indeed one of those costs that we've identified that has to be addressed, along with things like development charges and the like.
The province agreed and is now halfway to reversing its own policy. The Ford government is pushing the changes that would have affected Toronto, Mississauga, and Kitchener to 2027, meaning developers won't have to include affordable units in condos near transit stations. A frustrated Toronto mayor says she tried to change the government's mind.
Yes, we were negotiating. I didn't get very far.
Some on Toronto City Council call it cruel and bad public policy.
You know, I cannot understand why the Premier of the province of Ontario is so actively hostile to housing people who can't afford Toronto's rents. It's a mystery to me. There's no...
It's not a mystery to me. Doug Ford hates poor people. Like, that's just it. He hates poor people. Absolutely despises them.
Good reason for it.
What the city hasn't received is a guarantee on how many homes the latest provincial reversal will actually build. At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello.
So, speaking of Olivia Chow and her contributions to housing, well, there's this. So, Ottawa slashes Toronto housing funding by $10 million for failing to permit citywide sixplexes. You know what sixplexes tend to be? A little bit more affordable. And Olivia Chow did not allow that to go through. So the federal government says it's reducing the housing funding it is giving to Toronto after the city failed to permit citywide sixplexes. So this was one of the cases where the federal government actually did something it should have done and bypassed the province because the province was being stupid when it came to helping build houses and affordable houses and things of that sort. And so they bypassed by going directly to the cities. And then Toronto just went and squandered it. So Ottawa made an announcement on Friday saying Toronto's Housing Acceleration Fund will be reduced by $10 million as a commitment under the agreement has not been fully met. Our government is committed to removing barriers and cutting red tape to enable more housing development in communities across Canada. We are also committed to demonstrating the results of the Housing Accelerated Fund and being transparent, while maintaining the integrity of agreements as we work to build more homes across Canada. Housing Minister Gregor Robertson said in a statement. In his letter to Mayor Olivia Chow on Friday, shared with CP24, Robertson stated that while Toronto made significant progress on some of the delayed housing initiatives, it fell short on one. It was the council's decision to permit only sixplexes in 9 wards rather than across the city. After council voted to limit where sixplexes could be built, the federal government threatened to cut 25% of Toronto's annual budget. Don't need to read more of that because, yeah. Sixplexes, good. Fourplexes, good. You know, more dense housing, more building up, more places like that is good. You know, increased density. Because if you look at the skyline of Toronto, it's absolutely ridiculous. Because you see in the middle, there's a bunch of tall buildings, but then it's just flat land of residential housing. That is a very poor use of the land that they have there. It wreaks havoc on transit. It wreaks havoc on people's accessibility throughout the city. If you live near the downtown area, it's pretty good. I liked it when I lived near the downtown area of Toronto. It was very convenient that way. But to have so many suburbs on that land, when so many people need to move there and there's a lack of housing, when they could just be building up and building sixplexes. Yeah. But here, more on housing. Nearly 85,000 people homeless in Ontario, up 8% in 1 year, says a report. Homelessness is getting worse across Ontario, with an estimated 85,000 people who were without a home in 2025. And so I did this with the number 80,000 because there was 80,000 people in tent encampments last year. If that was calculated as a population center, it'd be the 18th largest in the province. Yeah, and it's only getting worse. So more than half of those people are experiencing prolonged periods of homelessness of 6 months or longer, the report led by the Association of Municipalities of Ontario found. About 20,000 children and youth are homeless in the province. The data shows northern and rural regions are driving the growth in homelessness because they don't have things like sixplexes and apartment buildings and affordable housing. Something's clearly broken, said Lindsay Jones, executive director of AMO. Yes, rents have skyrocketed. The Wild West, thank you so much for becoming a feldspar. I super appreciate that. So I think we're seeing again the impact of pretty significant underinvestments over the years in social systems that provide support like income security, like mental health and addictions and affordable housing. Also, Doug Ford got rid of rent controls. He almost got rid of all rent controls, but still it's just buildings built after 2018. But he was this close to getting rid of all of them. He's already passed other bills that have just made it harder for tenants. And yeah, again, this is all happening under Doug Ford's watch. The past 8 years, he's been in power. This is 100% his fault. The amount of social murder that man is responsible for is just incomprehensible. He has so much blood on his hands. So homelessness will continue to get worse under steady economic conditions until 2035, when 177,000 people are projected to be without a home, the report said. And just to move along, advocate on the dangers of extreme cold on the unhoused, because, you know, here in Canada, we have this thing called winter. A lot of people, if you're unhoused, and I've been thinking about it a lot because we've had a massive cold snap here in my area. And I know there's tent encampments in my city. I cannot fathom what they are going through. Or when there's those brutal snowstorms and stuff. I cannot fathom what they're going through. And every year, hundreds and hundreds of people die across this province because of winter. And hundreds now die in the summer as well because of the heat domes. And they can't, you know, escape the elements. When you're unhoused, you do not die of old age. You die of disease, violence, or despair. And in a lot of cases, just the elements. Oops.
Joining us now is Diana Chan McNally, homelessness advocate in Toronto. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
So talk to us about the impact of the extreme cold weather on the unhoused population.
I think most people understand that there can be a risk of death, especially from hypothermia. But one thing that we see working on the front line is that people can also incur disability. Frostbite is not neutral. It can
Looney Tunes, you can disagree. You can say somebody is not welcome here because of their views, but please do not call anyone a bitch.
Can have devastating impacts on your life. And what I've seen over the years is that people successively lose digits, their fingers, their toes. And when that happens, when things have to be amputated, or quite frankly, they come off on their own, we know that people have to relearn how to walk, how to hold a fork, how to write their name, very basic activities, which is all avoidable if people actually had warm places to go.
Right. It's certainly not a good idea to be outdoors right now. So what are the concerns you have in terms of the demand for warmth and shelter? Are the warming shelters able to keep up?
I don't think that they are. I did outreach.
And a lot of warming shelters also get shut down because of lack of funding.
Yesterday, I know people who are doing it this morning, and we have already seen people who don't have anywhere to go. Even though the city of Toronto, where I'm reporting from, we have a mandate that no one should be turned away from a warming center. People often don't know that they exist, or they fear that they won't be let in and don't actually end up going. So we're still seeing people out on the street. We're also seeing people on transit stations, coffee shops, libraries. That's okay, as long as somewhere has somewhere warm to go, but we are still seeing people outdoors, and that is very terrifying.
And a lot of unhoused people are not welcome in coffee shops and libraries, and they get kicked out. A lot of unhoused people end up going to the emergency rooms because that's the only place they can get to, and eventually they're also kicked out of there by security. Unhoused people are not welcome in areas of like consumerism and things of that sort, because the corporations don't like it. So they are running out of places that they can actually go, and there's not enough warming centers, there's not enough shelters for them to go to.
Action would you like to see here from the government?
From all levels of government, enough action at the scale of the problem. Municipalities, especially in Ontario, are doing a lot, but we're seeing that the province is not changing some of the policies that are creating the conditions of homelessness. At the same time, with the federal government, we had an Oxfam report that came out on Monday that shows that there's at least 300,000 people who are homeless in this country. This is a national issue, and it should be treated as a national problem. So investment in housing to the scale that it's needed would be an incredibly important investment from the federal government, along with partnership from the province.
All right, hoping to see some warmer temperatures soon. Thank you so much, Diana.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and the temperatures that we've been dealing with, like frostbite can occur within, 15 minutes or something. A lot of the sleeping bags and stuff that, are even donated to these tent encampments, they aren't, what is it, coated or cleared for temperatures as low as they've been getting. Like, just shivering away in a sleeping bag, trying to sleep in a tent in these weather conditions. Again, I cannot fathom what unhoused folks are going through right now. Okay, on to education. So where Shinking Sip, an Ontario education assistant, describes dire classrooms conditions and calls on the Ford government for more supports, while the Premier has promised 6,000 new educators. She tells us EAs at her school dropped from 14 to 9 under Doug Ford's watch. And this is from Tina Yazdani.
Armbands, you're wearing a coat, and it's all got padding and everything in it. And then you've got the knee pads and the arm pads, and then you wear a cap.
Jennifer Timmons describes the protective gear she must sometimes wear inside her classroom. She is an educational assistant for grade 1 and 2 students in Hamilton and started the school year with 5 high-needs autistic children under her care.
A lot of the time, we're a sinking ship. Like, me and my teacher I work with are just barely keeping our head above water. Like, it's a lot.
Shortly after the school year started, she tells us one of her students was forced onto a modified school schedule, only attending for 3 hours a day due to the lack of supports. In December, 7-year-old Max Simeo was struck and killed by a Hamilton city bus after leaving school early with his mother.
It was a very big shock. It still gets to me today,
1 in 4 students with special education needs are not attending school for full days, according to the Ontario Autism Coalition. It is.
And in this country, you're supposed to have a right to education. You're supposed to have that as a right. And children, special needs children, are being denied the right of an education. And I get they won't be at the same level as somebody who is completely able-minded and embodied. But it's not just about that education. It's not just like, will they be able to work in a factory after this? It's about the social connections. It's about being part of the community, part of the people around you, to know that you're included, to know that you're supported, to be able to find friends and social connections. School is more important than just an education. It's a part about being included with the community as well, and letting people know that you're there and you're part of it and you're just as valuable as everyone else. So to deny them the same access to this, it's monstrous.
What prompted Timmins to speak out about the conditions on the front lines?
It's just not right. Like, they don't understand why they're not at school full days. They deserve an education and they should be at school.
In the 7 years since Timmins started working at this school, she has seen the number of educational assistants drop from 14 to just 9 this year, despite a growing student population. How have things changed since then?
7 years ago when I was first here, I had one student who had ASD.
What kinds of things are you dealing with on a day-to-day basis?
Aggression from students, swearing, toileting, just run off my feet continuously. I really do try to, be in the classroom and sit down and work with the kids, but it's difficult. Also distracting the other students when, we're constantly getting up and running after a student.
She tells us an additional EA in her class would make a world of difference. The Premier promises more are on the way.
We're actually going to be hiring 6,000 educators on both sides, actual educators, EAs.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
Where are they? When are they going to be coming?
The education minister didn't provide comment on the story. For City News, I'm Tina Yazdani.
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
Should probably turn this to silent. This person should know I'm doing a live stream right now, considering that they want on one of my live streams. So, more education stuff. Universities and colleges are also being underfunded by this province. Doug Ford has done a shit ton of things to, make sure that they don't have enough money and blah, 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 and more on that.
Across Ontario, post-secondary institutions are facing a triple financial threat. Tuition on campus has been frozen since 2018. Funding from Queen's Park.
And there's been a whole bunch of scam colleges and universities here in Ontario that have been taking advantage of foreign students.
Hasn't matched inflation, and the cut to international students has bored holes in their budgets.
We've cut nearly $1.28 billion. We reduced employment by 2,500. We've cut 2,700 programs and courses. We're not growing to meet demand.
As the Ford government crafts the next provincial budget, it's facing a dire warning from the post-secondary sector. Universities say they are facing deficits of a combined $265 million this year, expected to grow to $1.3 billion by 2029. All of it will be directly felt by high school students looking to get into university.
Top students across the province are having more difficulty getting into a program of their choice. Without raising the funding cap, students will face even more difficulty.
While the Minister of Colleges and Universities appears to be aware of the situation, the government isn't shouldering the blame.
Difficult decisions are taking place right across Ontario and Canada, with some of the unilateral decisions are.
And they say that about everything too. Hospitals are having to make difficult choices, on how many people get to staff the emergency room. Now universities and colleges have to make difficult choices. And the reason why they're having to make difficult choices is they're being underfunded purposely by the government so that they can then later be privatized. That's all it's about, is getting it eventually privatized, because, the amount of tens of billions of dollars that Doug Ford has wasted on, getting the LCBO privatized, taken away from the public sector that it used to be in. The highway projects that he wants to do. There's all these ways that he is just blowing money away. And then he slashes where some of that money is coming into the coffers. And then he's spending it on stupid things like the therm spa and all this sort of stuff. All of that, tens of billions of dollars, and some that just goes missing, that's unaccounted for, could be going into education and healthcare. And we wouldn't be having any of these problems. But it's the complete and utter mismanagement and corruption of Doug Ford that we run into these.
Federal government made.
When international student numbers dropped, the province initially offered universities and colleges $1.3 billion in stabilization funding and promised that it would review the overall funding formula for the sector. But as of this week,
we are currently wrapping up a funding formula review, which we have been engaging with our stakeholders.
There are now warnings that even the emergency funding is running out.
That will plummet the sector into deep financial challenges if that funding is not renewed and increased.
The Ford government's budget should be tabled sometime in March.
Breaking news. That's sad. Anyway, so now on to healthcare with a lot of the same issues.
In a medical emergency, Ontarians know they can head to their local hospital for help. But what do hospitals do when they're facing an emergency of their own? Right now, the Ontario Hospital Association says they need an additional $1 billion from the province.
We got almost $1 billion from the government this year, and we're eternally grateful for that. It's a huge...
Sasa, all news stations do some level of propaganda. I find that global news isn't as bad as a lot of them, but yeah, all of them have issues in this country because a lot of our news organizations are bought by other American organizations. A lot of them are sharing news articles, all that sort of stuff. But like Colin DeMello and Tina Yazdani is City News. Colin DeMello is Global News. He tends to do decent work, and I use him for a lot of news coverage that I'm doing.
Amount of money, but there's still that $1 billion remaining in terms of the shortfall.
She points to a number of challenges, including inflation and a greater demand for services given the growing and aging population.
We have a multitude of funding models that were introduced many years ago, and they remain valuable, but they haven't been updated to reflect how much things cost.
The Ontario Health Coalition, which holds frequent rallies against the privatization of healthcare, says the government already funds its hospitals at the lowest rate in the country.
$1 billion doesn't even take us to the average. It's a reasonable ask. And the truth is, without that money, the consequences are really terrible for patients.
In June, the government announced funding for private clinics performing certain services, suggesting it would improve wait times. But Natalie Mera says that money is being misplaced.
They're starving parts of the public healthcare system, publicly owned and operated, not for profit, and really just siphoning money, shunting money over to for-profit.
The province will soon deliver its fall economic statement, but there's no indication whether more funding will be provided to hospitals.
We have given hospitals across Ontario an average of 4% increase. That's 3 years running we have done this.
Oh, well, we've increased their budget every year, but nowhere near enough that it needs to be to the point that they're like basically losing money from year to year. 4% is not enough when you start from so little to begin with.
And now we need to work directly with all of those hospital corporations and their boards to make sure that we have, and they have, a plan to balance so that we all understand where the challenges are.
Financial and operational challenges that may grow as demand on hospitals increases. Karen Lieberman, Global News.
And as those hospitals start having to close down ERs and are all this sort of stuff, then they swoop in and say, we just need to privatize everything. And that will solve the problem, which it won't. And it's the billions of dollars that, this province is funneling into private care, like private institutions, private for-profit, public-private stuff, where it costs, 6 times more for the same surgery under private care than it would under public care, how private nurses are being paid a lot more than public nurses, which then bleeds public nurses from that system into the, again, this is all intentional. It's all intentional. Our healthcare being divested is intentional by this government. And it is disgusting that you would put the interests of corporations over the lives of people. But here we have More from Global News. Ontario company at center of OPP investigation donated to Peel Police Chief Gala. Yeah. Can we trust that the Ontario Provincial Police will do a good job of investigating people who donated to Peel Police? Let's have a different branch of police investigate police. An Ontario police force is defending receiving tens of thousands of dollars in donations from a company that is now facing allegations of fraud by the provincial government and separate OPP investigation into whether taxpayer dollars were misspent. The amount of corruption happening in this province is absolutely ridiculous. Keel Digital Solutions, which was approved for more than $35 million in government funding. Really? $35 million in government funding, huh? To provide a wide range of mental health services between 2022 and 25, have been accused of misleading the Ford government and attempting to gain more taxpayer funding. Yes, all the tens of millions of dollars that Doug Ford has been shuffling over to corporations for, things they don't need. One was a adult entertainment house that he gave tens of millions of dollars to in a special fund to. Again, all that money could be going into healthcare and education. Let's see. So none of the allegations in the entitlement government statement claim have been proven in court. While police have opened an investigation, they have not laid charges. And Keel Digital Solutions has denied the allegations. So Keel pays for meet and greet. In 2024, the Ford government gave Keel Digital $2.7 million from the Skills Development Fund. That's the fund that I was just trying to think of the name, to develop the training program for 160 peer support workers to offer mental health services to 2,000 police officers with the Peel Regional Police Board. The announcement was hailed by Premier Ford as critical mental health support from our men and women in uniform, a sentiment echoed by Peel Police Chief Nishan. We are pleased to participate in initiatives that support our members' mental health and well-being, contribute to the work, and so on and so forth. We get it. Okay. Again, I wanted to kind of go through some of these a little bit faster, but again, corruption happening in Ontario. Not shocking, constantly continuous. But here we have Toronto Police Association saying, yeah, we're not going to follow the law. So we support the decision of Toronto Police not to participate in the program with no viable plan presented by the federal government. It makes no sense why we would allocate our limited resources towards this misguided attempt at public safety. And so this is their quote tweeting in Toronto Star that says, Toronto Police refusing to help with Carney government's gun buyback. So in Toronto, our members are dedicated to making an actual difference on our streets by targeting illegal firearms and partnering with our law enforcement agencies to tackle smuggling of guns and illicit drug across our borders. Our position has been clear from the beginning. Money spent on the buyback program should be directed to police services across the country rather than bureaucratic program with no tangible evidence of success. Buyback programs are a good thing and they do work. And the police budgets are already super inflated, and that money does not need to go to them. It needs to go to other things. Let's work on defunding and reinventing how policing works. So Jake is just pointing out the Toronto Police Union, which can't legally be called a union despite literally being a union, is explicitly saying they refuse to enforce the law as passed by the duly elected government of our country. Are we a democracy or are we ruled by pigs? Yes, it's the police and how they like to enforce the law and how they enforce the law varies drastically depending on who they're enforcing. And if it's a law they don't want to enforce, they just say, yeah, we're not going to do it. So, Ontario Science Centre, something I've been talking about a lot on this channel because it was an icon of this province, a place where family could go and build memories and have good times. And it was a tourist destination, and it was an absolute travesty that Doug Ford decided to sell it off and destroy it. Something that has been like, what's the word? Not a tradition, not an icon. There's a word for it. Not an inheritance. There's a word for it in this province for generations. So many kids with memories of school trips to this. Somebody should know the word that I'm trying to think of. This not iconic. There's a word for it. I'm not seeing anyone typing it yet. I know there's a delay, but there's a word for what the Science Center was. It's like a landmark, but not a landmark because it's a... Anyway, somebody come up with it in the SandBox. Well, Doug Ford also claimed he closed it because, snow on the roof might be a problem. Well, Toronto had a massive snowstorm. It missed my area, but it hit Toronto, and they got like 60 centimeters of snow. Still not seeing it. And you know what? The roof of the Science Center was just fine.
Doug Ford can say what he wants, except we're looking at reality right now behind us.
The reality, days after Mother Nature dumped a record-breaking amount of snow on Toronto, the roof of the Science Centre appears to be unharmed from the outside, leading local leaders to conclude
that the closure of the Science Center was done under false pretenses, and the roof has demonstrated itself to have more integrity than the Doug Ford government itself.
Premier Doug Ford was asked if he did, in fact, provide a false reason when his government rushed to close the Science Center a year and a half ago, telling the public snow could cause the roof to collapse.
Not at all. I had 2 independent engineering firms telling me it'd be dangerous, and when there's children in there and saying there's a possibility of the roof collapsing.
Anyway, Doug Ford is lying. The roof is fine. Not historical monument. There's something. Yeah, it was something else. Anyway, Doug Ford was lying about this. There was no need to close the Science Center.
Not going to chance having children in there, and I'm responsible for that not happening.
In fact, the engineers' reports the Premier is referencing never explicitly said a closure was necessary, but rather that repairs are needed on specific sections of the roof. An independent firm tells us if keeping the facility open was a danger to the public, the engineers involved would have been legally obligated to say so.
The engineer never said close the center. Even the manner by which they went about closing it, there was no rush. There was no imminent danger.
Now, removing a record amount of snow from the roof is no easy task. In fact, Infrastructure Ontario tells us only limited snow removal has happened in select areas and under strict engineering controls. What they haven't told us is the condition of the building from the inside.
But if they don't maintain it and keep the heat on, it might actually deteriorate because of neglect.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we had to close it because it needed repairs, and then the longer they leave it abandoned, more or less, the more repairs it's going to need. Not artifact either. Oh, it's not historical. It's oh, what's the word that I'm thinking of? Like a heritage, but not heritage. Like you have Canada's Wonderland, you had Ontario Place, you have the Science Center, cultural institutions, but that's not the word. Maybe the word I'm trying to think of this time doesn't even exist. But yeah, we can move on from that to this. Norwell. Speaking of, they're one of those things that I can't think of the word of. Wasaga Beach. Maybe like a heritage, but it's not heritage though, is it? But I think that's more along the lines of what I want. It's like heritage. So Ontario will sever Wasaga Beach Park despite 98% disapproval in public comments. Yes. They're going to privatize and sell off part of this provincial land. God damn it, what's the word? Provincial park. They're just selling it off, even though 98% of people don't want this to happen. Nothing like the government not working for the people. Ontario received more than 14,000 comments on the plan to drop provincial protections on a portion of the park, transferring management of endangered plover habitat to the municipality. The Ontario government is moving ahead with plans to transfer management of 60% of Wasaga Beach from the province to the town, despite receiving feedback from thousands of Ontarians decrying the proposal as potentially endangering sensitive piping plover habitat and affecting beach access. The Doug Ford government received over 14,000 comments over a 30-day period last summer, about 98% of which were in opposition of the proposal. Many expressed concerns that erasing provincial protections could mean a loss of sand dunes in favor of hotels, condos, and other beachfront development. We did not consider any changes to the proposal based on the feedback received, given the town of Wasaga Beach commitments to keeping the beach public, not building on the beach, and protecting environmentally sensitive dune, the government said in its decision. Oh, well, we're still going to go through with this thing that will totally make it possible to destroy everything because, you know, the city said they wouldn't. We'll take their word for it. When did it say cultural? I don't know. I don't know if the word actually exists that I'm thinking of in my head right now. The place that... Oh my gosh, I can't think of the word. Anyway, I don't need to read any more of this. You get it. On to provincial law forces closures of Ontario final shelter-based drug consumption sites. So, Doug Ford has already closed a whole bunch of supervised consumption sites, which has already led to the deaths of people. It has already happened. Well, now more are being shut down, ones that people didn't even know existed, for the most part, unless they were the ones in need of it. So in late December, last of the network of little-known supervised consumption sites in Toronto's city shelters were forced to shutter, further reducing the number of spaces people can use drugs more safely in Toronto amid provinces shift away from the use of harm reduction facilities. During the pandemic, the City of Toronto began opening supervised consumption sites in shelter hotels and other municipal shelter facilities as overdose numbers spiked. Unlike community-based SCSs, these spaces, known as urgent public health needs sites, were only available to shelter clients. Their aim was to prevent individuals from using drugs in bathrooms or other unsupervised spaces where the risk of mortality was higher. Over the next several years, as the toxic drugs crisis continued, the municipality opened 7 such sites inside shelters. And it makes sense to have these locations in the shelters, because then, you know, people don't have to travel out away from their shelter space in order to use drugs in unsafe, like they're always unsafe, but unsupervised. So if they overdose, there's no one there to help them. It's best to do it this way. Plus, supervised consumption sites also offer things like counseling and ways to help and all that sort of stuff. But basically, there's been 750 overdoses since these places have been shut down. So since 2020, Toronto's sites that were in these shelters saw over 16,500 visits from shelter residents and responded to 750 overdoses, some which may have resulted in fatalities or more severe health challenges had the not been operational. Sorry, so they had potentially saved over 750 lives. So overdoses that were undone, those people were able to continue living and potentially overcome their illness. And Doug Ford is getting rid of that because he hates poor people. He hates poor people. He hates people addicted to drugs, even though him and his brother were responsible for spreading that and selling drugs. On to the Therm Spa. Chair Therm is president of Palantir Canada. Not shocking. Therm is fake front for ex-Ford staffers and other conservative leaders. Insiders like Leslie Noble. Also, the Therm is married to the Prez of Palantir Canada. So Chris Glover, who is an Ontario MPP, put out an FOI request, has found that the Ford Conservatives only offered Therm a sweetheart deal that included taxpayer-funded packaging garage that could now cost upward of $800 million. Yep, taxpayer money going into a luxury spa as a place that people can go to in that name that I can't remember. God damn it, what? Like the family places that people can go. What's the name of it? I still can't think of the word. It's not amusement park, but, you know, places that family can go for building memories and things like that. It's lost on me. It probably isn't coming back. The word might not even exist. But anyway, yes, $800 million going to line the pockets of a corporation versus going to healthcare and education. $2.2 billion taxpayer subsidies. So again, this is just more of what they lied about. Lease for Ontario Place. That's this article here. So, yeah, it's just talking about all the ways that it was corrupt and how they got preferential treatment and all that. Again, it's late. I'm tired. We don't need to go over the article. There's no video attached to this one. I've been talking about this a long, long time, though. We all know it's corruption. Nobody is going to be going to a fucking luxury spa as a family destination. Maybe that's what I was after, like a family destination. I think that is kind of what I was going for. Family destinations? Maybe. Anyway, next. Ford government sorting records central to secret cabinet deliberations in Google Docs. Yes, they're now using Google Docs for government work because that's secure. No, it's not. It's horrible. Ontario NDP leader Marit Stiles says the fact that the sensitive government documents were being drafted or shared on personal Google accounts was a major security concern. Yes, personal Google accounts, not just any Google accounts, but personal Google accounts, just like they use their personal cell phones for government business and then refuse to turn over the records as they should. Next. Doug Ford bans media from Progressive Conservative Convention, because of course he does. And this was, I wasted my One Toronto Star article for this month on this because I'm not reading over it. This is a trend with Doug Ford to ban the media from places he doesn't want them to see things because he knows that people won't like it. This isn't the first time he's done this sort of thing, but you know, the press should be at all conservative functions. That's the way it should be. They should just be allowed in. They shouldn't be, the government should not be able to ban the media from documenting what's going on, because what Doug Ford is trying to do is hide things like this. So why is Doug Ford thanking the OPP for ejecting a protester supporting Grassy Narrows? Grassy Narrows is an Indigenous community here who has been suffering from mercury poisoning for decades, that the province and federal government have been bickering over who's going to clean the water. I think it's mercury. It's mercury or copper. I think it's mercury. And so people who live on this land, who traditionally would fish in the water and stuff like that, have been having massive health complications, and they don't have access to clean drinking water in their livelihoods and all that sort of stuff because the province and the federal government won't stop fighting over who should be paying for this cleanup. And so, of course, this happens at the convention where there's no media allowed, but there was a protest that happened in there. And of course, Doug Ford thanks the authorities in the room for kicking out people who are demanding clean water. Because, yeah, in Canada, people actually have to demand clean water.
From cities and downtowns to rural areas and small towns, from Thunder Bay and Kenora and Timmins to Windsor and London, Hamilton and Niagara, Toronto and Ottawa, and everywhere in between. People from all diverse cultures, religions, and backgrounds that make up our great province. I'm so proud to be surrounded here tonight by the men and women building a better Ontario. I also, actually, those cheers were for my OPP, so thank you guys.
Yes. Thank you for kicking out people who are just demanding something as simple as clean drinking water. He will never address that. He'll never talk about that issue, but he'll thank the police for, cracking down on protesters. On to, after all of this, after all of it, yes, of course he's going to run for a fourth term. Of course. Of course. After all that bullshit that I just showed you, after all the harm he's done to this province, he is going to run again, as he announced at the convention.
Ontario's premier is making a splash at the PC Party's convention in Etobicoke.
Doug Ford says he wants to run for a fourth mandate in the next election, but the weekend hasn't been without controversy. Progressive Conservatives from across Ontario gathered for the party's convention at the Toronto Congress Centre this weekend.
Captain Canada, Doug Ford.
And Saturday night listened as the premier touted his government's accomplishments while pushing back against tariffs imposed by the U.S. president.
Despite President Trump's tariffs and threats, we are building a province that is more resilient, self-reliant, and competitive than ever before.
Conservative strategists believe that theme of standing up to America will resonate well within the party.
Standing tough for Ontario, standing tough against President Trump. The tariffs are so impactful to so many Canadians.
And of course, the problem is that with Doug Ford is he puts on a good show of standing up to the United States, but he isn't. He wants the AmCam thing going on, but he buckles under, Donald Trump the same way Mark Carney does. It's all bluster. There's no actions behind it. He doesn't stand up to him. He's selling off Ontario to the Americans.
Across the board. So ultimately, I think it was received extremely well.
Ford is currently leading his third consecutive majority, a feat which hadn't been done since 1959. Now it appears he's interested in following in the footsteps of former PC Premier, the late Bill Davis, and a fourth term.
A party that I look forward to leading to win a historic fourth majority mandate with your help in the next election.
That remark comes a day after Pierre Poilievre received support to stay on as the party's federal leader. Ontario's Liberal Party is taking a jab at the Premier. MPP Dr. Adil Shamji writing in a statement,
I don't care what the Liberal Party of Ontario has to say because they don't even have a leader right now. And I'm going to show you this, even though I don't like polls. I hate polls. Polls are stupid. But yeah, I could have told you this. Interesting poll this week from Liaison Strategies, which showed that while Ontario Progressive Conservatives remain firmly in the lead with 65% disapproval, 65% disapprove of Premier Doug Ford's performance and 62% believe the province is heading in the wrong direction. But they would still vote for him. They don't like him, but they would still vote for him. I could have told you that. You didn't need to do a fucking poll. But the poll is backing up what I could have told you. Yes. And how the Ontario Liberals don't even have a leader right now and are still kicking ass, the NDP. The NDP needed to have a leadership review. Well, they did. They needed to kick out Merritt Stiles and actually get somebody in who is worth their salt and actually represents NDP values and is boldly progressive. And they didn't do that. So they're going to absolutely sink in the next election, which harms people in Ontario. Outside looking in, Doug is a Liberal dressing up as a Conservative. There's no daylight right now between the vast majority of Liberals and Conservatives, federal or provincial these days. They're the same. The federal Liberals are Conservatives, and that's probably why Doug Ford gets along with Mark Carney so much. It's because they're all Conservatives. They're not Liberals. They're all Conservatives. If you want a Liberal Party, vote for the NDP. Because there's no Progressive Party right now. Anyway, that's all of it. That is all of it. I am scooched through all of it. I am done. I am tired. Hopefully I'm caught up for now. So let's get to the SandBox. Oh, and also welcome to the SandBox. Outside looking in. Gotta remember to say that first sometimes. Sometimes I just see a comment, I have the thought in my head, and I want to make sure I get it out before I forget. But welcome to the SandBox. Okay. And let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Oh, it looks like somebody got a message deleted out of the SandBox. Hello, Angela. Nice to see you. Do you quack like a duck, eh? No, I quack like a Quebecer. Sassy Nana, can the big slinky go down the stairs or nah? They'd have to be big stairs. Just like the small slinky won't go downstairs, but if you stack like textbooks and stuff, it will go down those. I have a slinky collection. Okay, I scrolled up and talked about the open borders and stuff like that. I said my piece on it. Let's see. John Martinez, yeah, I 100%. I agree 100% with you, Sandy. Good. I don't know what that's in reference to, but good. Okay, looks like there's some back and forth. Yeah, if somebody is coming in and trolling and stuff, I don't appreciate calling somebody directly a bitch. Even if they're acting like one. Just mute them, kick them out. If you want to call a public figure, like Tulsi Gabbard one, that one I'm not so... that is what it is. It's not like she's ever going to hear it anyway. Okay, I think I can skip past all of that. Yeah, I think something in the near future that I can envision with something like the European Union would be good. Like that level of border security. That would be the next step anyway, between that and just absolutely open borders. Canada should join the European Union. I would like that. I would like that a lot. I would like to just be able to travel over to Europe. I would also like to have the money to be able to afford to travel over to Europe. As a kid, I wanted to travel the world. As an adult, I realize I can't. Well, part of the reason why I befriended a lot of new immigrants and stuff when I was a kid was I was very curious about the world, and if I couldn't travel to these locations, the next best thing was talking to somebody that had just arrived from those areas, and I could ask them questions about their country and culture and things of that sort and learn a little bit of the world that way. John Martinez, I will be moving to a tiny micro apartment in Lower Manhattan for around $800 a month, but I don't care. I don't need a lot of space, just enough for a bed. Oh, that's good. But yeah, affordable housing just absolutely is what you need to solve a lot of problems. Angela W., municipalities are the main issues with affordable housing builds, but the only solution is creating social housing developments. Yes, we need social housing. Socialized housing. And then socialize the people who are already in housing. So somebody like me, I'm absolutely fine living where I am. I don't feel the need to move. So if they could subsidize where I'm at, that would be the best thing, so that I could actually afford to live here. Because without the little amount that I get from the YouTube channel, I'd be living in a deficit. I still kind of am, but I have some generous friends who help me out and stuff. But, you know, if the government subsidized where I lived, so I actually wasn't in a panic every month over finances, that would be very beneficial to my mental health. And if my mental health is being treated well, then I can do things like more YouTube videos, getting that done, and be more productive as an individual. Let's see. John Martinez, yeah, I don't get hatred of immigrants. They come here for a better life and do well because they're using the services provided to them to succeed. Yeah. And then you get to learn about good things like falafels. Nom, 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 nom. I can get a falafel pita. And new foods and new outfits and yeah. And then lots of wonderful cultural festivals in town that you can go to and buy things and see things and try new foods and stuff. Yeah, I'll probably read a little bit more about the minor hockey players that apparently passed away. I'm sure I'll see articles about that. It's unfortunate. Let's see. Sorry to hear about the bad news, reference frame. I hope things turn around for you. Angela W. I went to the Science Center at least 3 times growing up. Whenever we came to visit family, it was a travesty that he sold it off. Yeah. Also, wonderful place for a date. If I could take a date to like the Science Center, you have lots of things to talk about. It's interactive. Because like movies are fine, but during a movie, you're not getting to know each other. You're not you're not commenting on things and whatnot. So you're spending time together, but you're just sitting there. But if you go to a place like the Science Center, if you don't know what to talk about, there's things all around you to start the conversation, to get you going and talking and learning about new things. So it really helps when you're trying to get to know someone. Like going to a museum or a gallery or something like the Science Center for a date kind of rocks. I think it was family destinations that I was going for, John Martinez. Hello, Ethan Rivers Wad. Welcome to the sandbox. I'm tired. But I'm not at the bottom, am I? I think I'm at the bottom of the sandbox. I'm used to people talking a lot more as I'm going through it. Yes, Looney Tunes, all citizens should leave TikTok immediately due to fucking censorship. Upscroll apparently is where people are moving to. I'm looking into it right now because, of course, if I decide to join a new social media, I have to make 3 new accounts. I'm just like, because there's one for me, one for Sandy Lovis, one for Left of the Box, and one for my other author name. So lots to go through. And I'm already overwhelmed with the amount of social medias that I deal with on a daily basis. Outside looking in from Ontario because we can't vote any other party en masse. Good luck with your channel. Open up tour. There's a typo in there. I think I know what you're saying. Yeah, we have a parliamentary system, but it's never this first past the post. We need proportional representation in the worst way. In order to get, governments that represent the people. We need the gatekeeping in the parties to go away so that, riding associations actually have more say in who runs versus, some, what's the word? It's not central. It's not establishment. Executive, where the executives just kind of sweep in and appoint people that maybe are parachuted in or aren't passionate about politics and stuff, and people just wanting to go for their own agendas versus actually wanting to serve the people and all that sort of stuff. Like there's so much wrong with politics, but that's part of my channel. Get informed, get involved. You know, I want to let people know where we're at, but then I also want to encourage people to get involved, to go out and vote. And as much issues that I've had with the riding associations and stuff that I've been involved with, I still encourage people to do it, to learn about it, to, you know, volunteer in a municipal election, run in the municipal election if you can afford it, but actually learn how the system works. Because in order to change the system, you first have to know how it works. And so a lot of the time it's just letting people know where we're at. Sorry, I'm staring at the picture right now of Wasaga Beach, and I'm thinking it would be absolutely amazing to go there right now. Well, not right now in the middle of winter, but to go on a nice sandy beach right now. But not too hot. I'm not for tropical destinations, but I do like water and stuff. So, and the fresh water of the lake is nice. I like going to Point Dover. I've only gone there a couple times, but oh my God, I love it there so much. Anyway. Angela's saying Upscroll is okay. Still not many people there. All I know is that Owen Jones is there, so I need to join. The Wild West says that. I did not read that first because the Wild West says, you know who's on Upscroll? That British guy, Sandy likes. Owen Jones is on Upscroll. Yes, I know. Good motivation to join. Well, there's fewer people there, so I could possibly get his attention that way. And show him the picture I drew of him. Oh. But yeah, I am tired. January has just been one hell of a month. Really hoping that February will be better, but it's hard. Because nothing is the same without Frodo. Nothing is the same without him right now. And I just hope to get his ashes soon. It's been 3 weeks. But they're saying because I want a paw print that it's taking longer, and I don't understand because I'm sure lots of people do that. Anyway. Yeah. I still dream about him. But I have lots of video of him that I watch right before I go to sleep and right when I wake up, so I can hear his purring and his meows and seeing his cuddling and stuff. And God, I miss that cat so much. He was my world. If a human loved me as much as that cat loved me, I would want for nothing. But, yeah. Lanier has taken over the mantle of waking up with me and wanting to cuddle as soon as I wake up, but it's not the same. He doesn't cuddle the same, for one thing. And he likes to lick, and having sandpaper on your face first thing in the morning is not actually pleasant. And then he bites, too. He does the lick, 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 bite, which is annoying. I don't know. I love Abernathy and Lanier. I don't like them much. They both have a lot of behavioral problems that I'm hoping will correct over time, because it's I want to love them more. It's just, yeah, I don't feel it with those two as of yet. Okay, let's see who's live right now. So it's the letter hack. But is this space live or is it just the letter hack? Oh, also, for people who are interested, the Progressive Voice has come back. Vanguard is going to have competition. The Progressive Voice was the OG of online drama. Anna used to really like him too, back when she was still, you know, on the good side of what these channels would be covering. But he's come back recently. Oh, he's live right now? I think we're going to be rating the Progressive Voice if he has it set up. I remember Anna was actually on his show once, way back when, saying how much she loves how he covers the drama. I bet she doesn't love it much now, and he's commented a little bit on it since he's come back, but he's still like new. So I need to mute this for a second as I click onto this. And I will find out very shortly if he accepts raids, because not all channels do. You have to set it up, all that sort of stuff. So we'll find out very shortly. But yeah, he used to be the OG in online drama coverage. So Vanguard has some competition. But yeah, I should be doing this space on Wednesday. And then, of course, next Sunday, I'm hoping everything is fine. I'll be doing my next news live stream, get caught up on that. Somebody wants to come on to my live stream, so I might be doing one on Saturday to have a chit chat. John Ross, I've been on his show, so we'll see about chit chatting with him. John Martinez also fucking as fake as sincere apology. I didn't know Dump was vicious yet. Yeah, she did. She just didn't want to admit it for money. Yeah. I'll be working a lot on the TYT essay now that the art market that I bombed at is over. Also, you know, things with Frodo really derailed my ability to work on projects. But now I need something, because getting ready for the art market, I was doing a lot of painting and that helped. But now I need something to fill that void. So I think I'm just going to dive into that TYT essay and work on it like hell. And I just want it done. I just want it done. I want it done so much, because every week there seems to be more content I have to add to it. I just want it done. And oh my God, some of these clips that I have come across working on this, like yesterday, I spent 2 hours watching content. No, 3 hours. Fuck, no, 4 hours watching content just to get like 10-second clips that I can add. Because I watched Jank on with Tommy Lahren, then I watched Jank with Tucker Carlson, both which I got almost no clips from. And then I had to watch a whole bunch of old TYT clips where they were talking about Tommy Lahren to see if I could find the contrast and all this. Oh, I'm just saying. But let's see if I can set this up. Stream settings, edit. I will find out if let's see, does he accept this? If not, we might be going to those are upcoming. I think the letter hack is live, if not. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. I can't. Redirect privileges needed as the Progressive Voice to add you to their... I'm subscribed. But I can't. Let's see. I'm just going to add it into his chat right now. Let's see. Let's go to live. Play.
So far, I don't think there's really beefs in office also, so it'd be great.
Here, I'll just pop it up on screen so you can see and hear what I'm seeing and hearing.
But yeah, you just start local, build up, you know, get to know your constituency, and just boom, 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 you know. Hey, Progress Voice, I'd like to raid your live stream, but I need your permission. What do you mean by permission? You have my consent. I guess that's what I'll say. I don't know. I don't see anything coming up. Or do what Lula did and run for office in your union, skip the line, or have a career in government service actually doing something. Those are the different strategies you could take, but usually if you start from the local level, you're usually not in a position to do a lot of that stuff. But
he hasn't been back for long, so he doesn't know how to do this.
That. How about AOC running in 28? Nah, it's too soon, man. I see a lot of that, though. A lot of people are throwing her name out there for 2028, but it's just too soon, man. It's too soon. But I'm thinking for AOC, how old is AOC right now, actually? I'm not gonna lie, bro. Probably shouldn't say this, but bro, nah, I'm not gonna say it.
I don't think he's going to see it.
I don't know how old she is, but she's so young, dude. Like, she's so young. It's a YouTube setting you need to set up.
He saw the comment. Well, I tagged him in it.
I'll look into it after the stream. I will look into it after the stream. I will check that out. Are they trying to like get kind of on the Twitch train? Hassan 2028. Oof. Wait, is Hassan American?
Good to see
I actually don't know if he's American or not. I think AOC's running for president. Dude, it's not even clear she's running for Schumer's seat. Or you mean 2028 running, or like kind of like in the future, sometime down the line? If you're saying sometime down the line, yeah, I think she'll run before she dies for sure. That's her whole point of what she's been doing, I think.
To allow it. There. That's all I'm saying. I just said, good to see you're back. YouTube allows other channels to redirect when done a live stream, but you have to set up your channel to allow it. So, yeah. Yeah, the Wild West. You have my consent, LOL. And yes, Hassan Parker
Amy
is
Acton
American.
was the ODH director of Ohio rejects successful female doctor because they A, are inadequate chuds and B, are jealous tradwives. Me leaving Ohio be very personal. What are the polls looking like for Amy Acton? And then
Well, I will pause it there, and I will go back to main shot. So I guess we will be redirecting to letter hack. And I also need to get back to the letter hack. I was planning on interviewing him for my second YouTube channel, Sandy Lovis, where it focus on arts and writing and stuff. But everything just kind of got put on hold because of Frodo. So, yeah. Okay. But, yeah, everyone, go check out the Progressive Voice too. Welcome him back. I think he just went to university and stuff, so he was off for a bit. But he used to be the go-to for online drama. And he would cover it very similarly to how the Vanguard would cover it, with a lot of the same kind of, well, progressive takes. And so he has briefly, I think, touched on, what's happened with TYT since, but I don't think he's done anything in depth with them yet, but he's just back. So, yeah, anyway. Yes, they should have an upper age limit for people who come for office. Oh, I am tired, but all of these, please join my new YouTube channel, Sandy Lovis, and I will see you all next time, and hopefully the next little bit goes better than the last little bit. Anyway, with all of that, thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you for everyone who's helped out financially, becoming members, sending in super chats, becoming patrons, helping out on my Amazon wish list. All of it, you know, has helped me get this far. So thank you so much, everyone. We're a community, so, you know, we all get here together. Anyway, with all of that, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.